with Judge Tammy Stokes presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And if you please bring out Ms. Simon. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Yeah, it did come out a little short, didn't it? I thought so too. All right, good morning, Ms. Simon. We're on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the State of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Ms. Simon is present at counsel's table with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Is there anything that we need to take up before we begin today?
No, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
And the defense is ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, but there is something we will need to take up at some point in time. Probably, it doesn't have anything to do with this witness, but we will need to take up something in a little bit. So
Okay.
whenever you have time or want to squeeze it into the next break, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's look towards the next break.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Dean, please call your next witness.
Bring the jury in.
I'm going to do this week just like I did last week. Bring in the jurors, please. And good morning. Is that Miss Gay? Hello. Well, welcome to the group. Hello, Linda.
This week likely to last.
Deja vu. All is well. Y'all, please have a seat until the jurors come out. right, good morning, everyone. Please have a seat. Okay, we're going to start again today. And before you left last Friday, I gave you my instructions not to discuss the case, don't do any research about the case, don't talk to anyone about the case, don't let anyone talk to you about the case, do not read, watch, listen to, or otherwise observe or consume any media reports about the case. Was everyone able to do that? Follow the instructions? Is there anyone who could not? And if so, would you raise your hand? Okay, let the record reflect that it appears that everyone has been able to follow the court's directions. And we'll turn now to the state.
State called Robert Corley.
Raise your right hand.
The evidence you take into the court and jury at the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Yes, sir. Step this way.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Special Agent Robert Corley. I'm with the FBI Jacksonville Division.
And can you tell us just briefly about your education before joining the FBI?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminal justice.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Since May 2011, so I'm coming 13 years.
Are you a full-fledged special agent, or are you in some sort of support role, or what? What's your role?
No, I'm a special agent assigned to national security investigations.
Now, you are here because you analyzed some phone records for some of the people involved in this case to see whether you could determine where they had been on the night of October 4th into the morning of October 5th, and whether their phones had made any significant movements. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the methodology that you used to do that?
We define it as cellular analysis. We basically look at cellular records provided by cell phone companies, and we match those records with cell tower lists, which are also provided by the telephone companies, and then we use relevant dates and times provided by investigators to create a report and analyze the location of a device.
Now, did you do this in your capacity as a member of CAST?
Yes, I did.
What is FBI's CAST?
So CAST is short for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, and it is a team of approximately 80 agents and task force officers spread throughout the United States. CAST performs three primary functions. We provide training on cellular analysis to state, federal, and local law enforcement partners. We also use the methodology and the techniques we're going to talk about today to track and locate people in real time. So we'll often be asked to help locate fugitives, help locate missing children, and unfortunately a lot of times locate the missing bodies or remains of victims.
Now, can you tell us about the training part?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
And the third primary function is to do what I'm doing today, to testify as an expert witness in trials.
Can you tell us about CAST training that you've gotten that allows you to do this sort of analysis?
Sure. So CAST training starts with a basic course, which is just an introduction to cellular records that all agents, state, local, and federal law enforcement can participate. Once that class is completed, you can be invited to what's called an advanced course, which is reserved for FBI special agents and FBI task force officers only. After advanced course, you go on to what's called a field training certification, where you spend 3 days looking at prior investigations or cases. You're put in like a command post situation where they give you a time limit to solve a case and see if you can come up with the same solution that the original case agents did. And if you progress through those and you meet all the minimal requirements, you can be invited to CAS certification. CAS certification is a 4-week course. It consists of 1 week of training in RF theory, radio frequency theory. That's taught by PhD professors from the Florida Institute of Technology in Melbourne, Florida. After that, we have a week of training and interaction with the cellular providers. In my case, it was AT&T, Sprint, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Sprint, merged with T-Mobile, so now people no longer receive that training, but at the time I did from Sprint. And they bring in the people that produce these records that we're going to talk about. So when law enforcement submits a search warrant or a court order, they will provide these records. They talk about how they pull them, what all the columns mean, and then we also talk with the engineers that actually work on the towers and the networks in the field. After that, we receive some training in mapping, different types of software that we use. We also receive training in something we call drive testing, where we take equipment out and we do measurements of the actual footprint of a cell tower. So we can not only say what we believe the cell footprint or the cell tower footprint would be, we can, in some cases, actually map out the actual footprint of a cell tower.
And have you completed all of those steps that you just described?
Yes, sir.
And do you hold the CAS certification?
Yes, sir, since 2019.
All right, so since 2019, you've been full-fledged member of the CAS team?
Yes, I received the training, and we receive an annual recertification, which is 24 hours of training every year, generally consisting of those same things. We bring the carriers back in. They provide any updates to any of their records, and then we also receive training from other companies like Google, Apple, companies that provide other location-based services.
So aside from the training to do this type of analysis, since 2019, have you gotten experience actually employing this in cases?
Yes, I actually use this in my own cases. That's how most people become a CAST agent. You start using some of this technology in your own investigations. So I use it not only to help other agents or investigators with their cases, but I also use it daily, weekly, monthly in my own investigations.
And have you testified about it in court before today?
I have.
About how many times?
19 times.
And have you been accepted by courts as an expert witness before?
Yes, all 19 times.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Special Agent Corley as an expert in the area of cellular analysis.
Objection, Your Honor.
The witness is accepted as an expert.
Now, in this case, did you receive a request or perhaps a series of requests from the Savannah FBI office to conduct this sort of analysis with respect to some cellular records that they had obtained?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you receive cell phone records from Taylor Burns of the Savannah office?
That's correct.
Did these records include a set of phone records for a number identified to you as that of the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes.
Did they include phone records for a number identified to you as that of her boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
Did they include cell phone records for a number identified to you as that of a brother of hers that was living in the same house during the relevant time frame?
Yes.
And did they include cell phone records for a person identified to you as the father of the missing child?
Yes.
All right. Once you had these records, what did you do with them, in short?
So once I receive the records, first I do a check to make sure they're original records received from the phone companies. Nothing is out of the ordinary. And then I take the records and match them with a cell tower list. The records will provide you, in this case we specifically use timing advance records. They provide you with the tower used, the sector of that tower used, and then the distance from that tower. So we're able to provide a general location of where a device is located. So I use those records and then produce some maps and a report showing where the phone was located during that time.
You mentioned you produced some maps. Have you, for today, prepared a presentation detailing your findings?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, very much.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 64?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is my report.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer State's Exhibit 64.
No objection.
And I'd ask to publish it to the jury, Your Honor. All right. We're on page 1 of 12 here. Can you describe Can you describe the contents of this first page here? What are we seeing here?
It's just a title slide with the 4 phone numbers that are included in the report, and the date that the last edit was made onto the report.
Okay, so the top number, that would be the defendant's, right?
Correct, 5275.
That 910 number, the second from the top, would be that of her boyfriend?
Correct.
And the one below that, another 912 number, would be that of her brother, right?
That's correct.
And then the last one would be that of the child's father?
Correct.
Moving on to slide 2, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yeah, this is just an introduction that describes that methodology that I just spoke to you about. We take cellular records, tower list, and then the relevant date and times that are provided to us by investigators, and produce a report using those data sets.
All right, moving on to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
So this is just a general picture of what a cell tower looks like. We've all seen them around. The most common one is going to be the one in the far right corner for me, the one that's labeled a monopole tower. That's the most common one, but they can also be, a cell tower can be on the side of buildings. You would probably see that in the Savannah area. And then also based on certain statutes or regulations in certain cities or municipalities, they have to be hidden, but this is generally what cell towers look like.
Moving on to slide 4.
Yeah, so when you see that cell tower that's actually on the pole, a lot of people think of the pole or the apparatus as the tower, but the tower is actually the boxes that are on top of the poles. And in most instances, about 85% of all cell towers in the United States are configured in a 3-sector pattern. They could be configured in others, but by far the majority are 3 sectors. In this presentation, all of them are 3-sector towers. And what happens is the companies divide up the towers in those 3 sectors to service each side of an area. And they're generally divided in, you can think of a 360 degrees covers the full circle, and each sector is divided up into about 120 of that. So if you think of it as pie slices like it's illustrated on this map, each sector serves that general area.
So this diagram is, we're above a cell tower looking down on it?
Correct.
Yeah, these little gray boxes here are the antenna arrays.
Correct.
We were seeing in the last picture.
Yes, sir. That would represent the actual towers, what's transmitting that RF frequency or receiving that RF frequency.
Okay. So each tower, 3 sectors, about 120 degrees each.
Yes, and in the records, the tower list that I referenced earlier, it will tell you the azimuth of that sector. So the azimuth is the direction that the center of that sector points at. So in this orientation, one sector has an azimuth of 0, which is true north. Sector 2 has an azimuth of 120, and Sector 3 has an azimuth of 240. And once you know those, you know how to orient the pie wedge on your map to show which direction the tower's pointing.
And when When a set of cell phone records says that a phone was hitting on a particular tower, does it also tell you which sector of that tower?
The cell phone records will, and you have to then refer to the tower list to find the orientation of each sector.
Okay. Slide 5.
So this is just in general narrowing down what you're going to see on the slide is one sector pointing towards the azimuth and covering that 120 beam width. We like to point out that the shaded arc is not the coverage area of a tower. It's just to help you orientate towards which direction that tower is facing.
Okay. In other words, the coverage of this sector doesn't end where the red shading ends. It's just a visual aid to show you which direction.
Correct, and it's helpful when you have multiple calls bouncing off sectors, so you know that these two were used and the third one wasn't. So.
Slide 6.
So this is what the sector will look like on a map once we've determined that a call activity or network activity has happened on that sector, and we've put it with the azimuth, and so you can see the general area. And what you also see on the maps are neighboring towers. So in this one, you have a tower here to the north, and we're able to use that sector and that beam width of 120 degrees in relation to the next neighboring tower and figure out a general area of where a cell phone would be located based on the tower coverage of that area.
Slide 7, timing advance explanation. What is this?
So timing advanced is engineering data that the cell phone companies use to help optimize their network. So if you were to call in and say, I'm having problems with my cell phone, probably the first place they would look is the timing advanced data, and they would see when a cell phone is in your location and it's a distance from the tower, what does the reception look like? And if they have problems, they'll then tweak their networks or maybe provide you a booster or something like that. But this data is collected and it's aggregated from the companies. This is not, it can be collected when your device is doing nothing. As long as your device is powered on, timing advanced data can be collected from the network. And they use a measurement of time, how far it takes, or how long it takes a signal to reach the tower and then back to your phone, and they're able to calculate that into a distance. So now with timing advanced, we have the sector, which is 120 degrees, the direction it points, and the distance from the tower. So on the map, this curve represents the location of that device. It could be anywhere on that arc at that distance from the tower.
So you say, it allows you to say, we know which sector this phone is using, and we know about how far away it is from the tower, but we don't know exactly where in that sector it is, but it's somewhere inside of this bent hot dog?
Correct.
Okay. And again, the person does not have to be making or receiving calls or sending or receiving text messages to get timing advanced data?
No, sir. It's as long as the phone's on, the network can collect activity from timing advance. It also could collect timing advance in connection with a phone call or a text message or a data session, but it collects when the phone is sitting there also. And the one thing that we note at the bottom of this is, timing advance is a measurement of time. So, let's say there's an obstruction, like this stand is in the way of my signal to the tower, and that has to go around that for that split second. So in some instances, the device will appear to be further out than it is because of that split second it had to go around. So sometimes you will see an arc that is just outside the location of a phone, but the phone can never be further out. The phone can never be outside of the arc. It will always be inside of the arc.
Moving on to slide 8.
Again, this is just to show what the timing advance band will look like on the map. Again, we have the neighboring cell tower, but we don't need to use that to make a guess because they've given us the distance from the tower that was used during that event. So that arc represents the distance that the device is.
And just to be clear, is this image, this map image here, specific to our case that we're here for today, or is this just a kind of a demonstrative?
No, these are just general, same ones I use for every presentation. So it is not Savannah.
Okay. Moving on to slide 9. So first of all, this is timing advance mapping for the boyfriend's cell phone, right?
Yeah, the phone ending in 1458.
Okay, can you walk us through this, just kind of hitting all the component parts and what it is that it's telling us? Because there is a lot going on in this slide.
There is a lot going on. This is the timing advanced activity for that phone between October 4th at 10:30 p.m. and October 5th at 5:49 a.m. And what it shows is that the timing advanced arcs line up with the general area of the blue call-out box, which is the address I was given as the residence of the person that uses this phone. And what you can do with the timing advanced in these instances is you can look at where timing advanced overlaps with each other, and it makes that X, so that you know that the phone could be anywhere along those bands, but when you have two overlapping bands, it's going to be somewhere in there where where the bands overlap, or it makes an X.
Okay, so just to be clear here, we'll start, it looks like we got this phone, 3 different towers gathered timing advanced data for this phone during this time frame?
4 different towers. If you look at the tower at the top, 4 different sectors.
Okay, 4 different sectors. All right, so this one on the left here,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're saying at some point during the night, this phone was hitting on this tower,
Yeah, there were
Which-
22 events on that tower.
which would put it in this band.
Correct.
And at some point in the night, it was hitting on this tower here, moving to the right.
Yeah, there was one event on that tower.
And where's the band for that one?
Can I stand up here?
Yeah, sure.
So this band here would line up with this tower. This band that runs from here to here.
Okay. And then, was it hit this tower here, moving to the right, the one that says CID 1755? Tell us about this and where the band for it is.
So there are 23 events off both of these. Same tower, 2 different sectors. And what you'll see on a lot of towers is they stack on top. So if you ever see a tower and you see like there's almost like a parking garage, they're all in the same location, but level 1, level 2, level 3, they're all built to service more customers. So if there's an increase in customer base, instead of putting up a new tower, they're generally just going to stack more towers on top of that pole.
Okay, so is that why they're not offset like 100 degrees, 120 degrees from each
Correct.
other? Because it's not 2 separate sectors of the same tower, it's...
Yeah, so this is likely 2 towers sitting right on top of each other, one slightly pointed in a different direction than the other. So this would still be sector 3. These are probably both sector 3 towers, one with a slightly different azimuth.
Okay.
And these bands are represented. You can see the one, so this one that's a little to the right, these 2 bands here that go and stop a little bit short, and the one that's pointed up here starts here and goes down to here.
Okay. And you're saying it's the intersection of these bands where that phone would have been during this time frame?
Correct. During certain time periods, you can see if, for instance, if there's a call, I think there was a call at 10:48 on this band, and then there's a call 30 seconds later on this band. Well, you can't be here on this band and then here on this band in 30 seconds. So you have to naturally start looking at where do these bands overlap, and you can start narrowing down the location of where they could be within those bands. And then you can just look at geography, like there's no roads here, there's no roads over here, there's no roads here. So you could start eliminating so many places on timing advance and start narrowing down to where it's likely at during that time.
Is it your opinion that this phone appears to have been in the area of 535 Buckhalter Road for the entirety of this time frame here?
The timing advance data would be consistent with it being at that location for the timing advance data that I have
Right, through the night.
through the night. They started at 10:30 and ended at 5:49.
Okay. Did you see any indication that that phone left the residence at any point that night?
No, this is all the timing advance data that we had for that telephone.
Moving on to slide 10, this would be the same, generally the same time frame, but for the brother's phone, right?
Yes, this one's at 11 instead of 10:30. That was the first timing advanced event, and then this one went to 9 a.m. Originally, we did some different analysis on the last phone to show where the phone went after 5:49, but this one was in the same location until 9 a.m.
Okay. And so, again, we're looking at where the bands intersect to tell where this phone appears to have been through this time frame.
Yeah, so these were both Verizon phones, both using the same towers, with the exception of that one event that happened on one other tower from the last slide. These are the same towers, same timing advance measurements, all lining up with being consistent with servicing that resident.
And do you believe that the timing advance data that you looked at for this phone is consistent with the phone having been at 535 Buckhalter Road during the time frame on the top of the slide there, 11 p.m. to 9 a.m.?
Yes, these timing advance bands would service that area.
Okay. Did you see any evidence in the timing advance data through your analysis that this phone left the residence at any point during that time frame?
There were no timing advanced events that led me to believe that.
Moving on to slide 11, this would be cellular analysis for the child's father's number, is that right?
That's what was described to me, yes, sir.
All right, what is the area depicted on the map here? Where are we in the world here?
Up near the South Carolina-Georgia line. I would have to look closer at I'm not familiar with up near Sardis, Millhaven, that area.
What's that town? What's that town in the top left of the slide there?
Waynesboro,
Okay, so not too far from there.
not too far from Waynesboro.
All right, what's kind of the bottom line conclusion as to the child's father's phone's location from the period on the slide here, 11 p.m. on the 4th to shortly before 9 a.m. on the
Yep.
5th?
All the phone data and timing advance indicated that phone was up in that area near the Georgia-South Carolina border for that entire time period.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Any indication that it came anywhere near Savannah that night?
There were no records indicating that it was anywhere other than these locations.
Now, we've come to the end of the report, but let me ask you this. Did you also do the same sort of analysis with respect to the defendant's timing advance data?
Yes, I did.
And did you also look at her Life 360 GPS data as well?
Yes, I did.
To keep it simple, I'd just like to refer you to some things that we've already heard from Taylor Burns.
Okay.
And let me ask you this. You originally had slides pertaining to her, right?
I did.
And is it fair to say that there were more of them and that they were more complicated because her phone had made a couple significant movements from the house during that night?
Yeah, there were several slides. I don't remember the exact number, but I think probably 10, somewhere close to that, with additional data, with a lot of timing advanced and a lot of movement of a phone.
Now, to keep it simple, I'll just ask you about your review of Taylor Burns' screen capture videos of his GPS plotting, okay? Did you review a screen capture video of Taylor Burns' GPS plotting from the defendant's phone in Life 360 records, showing that phone making a movement first to a Circle K and then later to a location identified as her drug dealer's house?
Yes, in my original analysis, they provided some other phones and another location, and the phone was consistent with moving towards that area.
Okay. And after reviewing that screen capture video produced by Taylor Burns, can you tell us whether your analysis of that movement as reflected in her phone records and Life 360 records aligns with the product that Taylor put together?
Yeah, so the Life 360 GPS coordinates are going to be more specific, but the timing advance lined up with the same pattern of movement as the Life 360 records.
Okay. Did you also look at a screen capture video of GPS plotting that Special Agent Burns did showing a movement by the defendant's phone to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, remaining there stationary for a short period of time and then returning to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes.
Did your analysis of her timing advance data for her phone number for that period line up with Special Agent Burns' GPS plotting of that movement?
Yes, the timing advance data was consistent with that same movement.
Did you review a screen capture video that that Special Agent Burns produced pertaining to the boyfriend's cell phones, or the boyfriend's Life 360 records, showing in the early morning hours a movement away from the phone, from the home to his workplace, him remaining there for a few hours, and then returning back to the home. Did you see that video?
I did.
And did your timing advance analysis for the defendant's phone record, or pardon me, for the boyfriend's phone records during that time period line up with what Special Agent Burns had produced in the way of GPS mapping for that time period?
Yes, it did.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Dean? Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Special Agent Corley, you said you've been with the FBI for 13 years?
Yes, sir.
And I assume, and I'm just trying to figure it out. Did you work anywhere before the FBI, or were you in school?
No, I was a captain in the United States Air Force.
Okay, and how long were you a captain in the Air Force for?
9 years. Well, I'm sorry, I was a captain for 5. I was a lieutenant for 4.
Thank you for your service, Special Agent. All right, let's go back to your illustration, if I could, just to see if I can make sense of what it's saying and what you're trying to say with it. Is the sectors kind of give you a wide, broad swath in which a phone is pinging off of that tower, right?
Ping to me means a different thing, but yes, it's a general directional. RF frequency doesn't stop at a line on the ground, so it's more of an ambiguous like shape, but it is a general representation of that tower's coverage.
Right, and all I'm trying to get at is when I say pinging, I mean the phone is interacting with the tower in that sector in some way.
Yes, there's a date and timestamp of an event that produces that record.
Right. But all that record really produces is that there's been interaction with that sector of that tower with that phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So and that's all I'm trying to get at. So with regard to the boyfriend's phone, it says here that there were 22 events, it looks like, off of the tower near, this is off page 9 of your report. There were 22 events off the tower near the Sky Zone trampoline park between the hours of 10:32 and 5:48, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the analysis and the data that you got, does it tell you what those events were, or does it just tell you that there were 22 events?
So these were all timing advanced data. So there were network interactions. So there was nothing that the phone was doing. There was no calls, no text messages,
Right.
nothing like that aligned with this timing advanced data. These were all network measurements.
So it's just saying that this tower and this phone are interacting 22 events in this time frame.
Correct.
Okay. And the next question I have is, and then it has one event from the other tower closer to Hunter during the same, I guess, at 10:57.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And that event, was that a timing advance event, or was that a phone call, or what was it?
These are all timing advanced events.
Okay, so it didn't register the phone call, correct?
This does not require any user interaction with the phone.
Right. And so this particular, this time frame is pinging off of, I guess, an adjacent tower, correct?
It is pinging off a neighboring tower, yes, sir.
All right. And the other tower to the top right of that has the 23 events, let's say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't know, just asking. Would that tower encompass the other events, or are these separate events?
These are all separate events.
Okay, so the total events that you looked at for this time frame would be 23 events from the one tower, 22 events from the Sky Zone tower, and 1 event from the Hunter Army Airfield tower.
Correct.
Okay. So, and that, again, it's just timing advance events. It doesn't require anything from the phone or any interaction. This is just the phone and the towers talking, correct?
That's correct.
Now, my question is it looks like and I'm horrible with math, so correct me if I'm wrong. There's a total of 46 events in this time frame for this particular phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's all just the towers interacting with the phones, correct?
Correct.
So, is it normal to have the towers switch like that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's nothing indicative of anything other than it's just switching between the towers.
Yeah, so if you were making a phone call or using a text message or using your phone for a data session, the phone is selecting which tower it's going to use. And in most cases, not in most cases, in all cases, it's going to select the tower with the cleanest, the best signal. Most of the time, that's the closest tower, but not always. But in these events, these are just network measurements. So the measurements often, they don't even have to be a usable cell phone signal. They're just measuring the distance of the devices, taking and saying, well, what's this phone look like when it's at this distance from this tower? And then they aggregate that data to do whatever engineering they need to do with it. So it doesn't matter what the phone's doing, and it doesn't follow the same rules as we wouldn't say if we didn't have the distance from the companies that tell us how far it is, this would be not usable, because then it would just be like, well, it's bouncing off a bunch of different towers. How do we know where it's at? But because we have the distance, we can use it even though it is using multiple different towers.
And that's kind of what I'm getting to is let's assume the phone's stationary and hasn't moved.
Mm-hmm.
The analysis that you're doing, it's these phones and these towers are doing their own thing, determining which tower to use and which signal to use and how to bounce back and forth with little or no interaction from the user, correct?
That could be correct, yes, sir.
Right. Not always correct, but in this
Yes.
particular case, that's correct, right?
Appears to be, yeah.
Okay, all right. And that being said, the analysis doesn't ever actually say who is in possession or carrying or using the phone either.
No,
Yeah.
I can't tell you that, no, sir.
Right, and you have to look at other things to know that, correct?
Well, I mean, I would say there's probably never an instance where I could say 100% that person had the phone unless I was sitting next to them and watching them use the phone. So it could be picked up by somebody else. But yeah, I can't determine who was using the phone.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Corley.
you.
Is there any reason to hold this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you are excused.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you very much. State may call its next witness.
Special Agent Snider.
Please declare to raise your right hand.
The evidence you say give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way.
Good morning.
Morning, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brad Snider. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how do you spell Snider?
S-N-I-D-E-R.
How long have you been an FBI special agent?
Approximately 18 years.
Can you just briefly tell us about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. So I attended college at Appalachian State University. After college, I joined the Marine Corps as a Marine Corps officer. Spent approximately 8 years on active duty in the United States Marine Corps, and then joined the FBI after leaving active duty.
Can you tell us a little bit about your FBI career leading up to this case?
Sure. So I currently serve as the coordinator for the FBI's Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force. Prior to that, I've been here in the Savannah office for about 15 years. Worked both violent crime cases, violent crimes against children cases, national security cases here in Savannah, as well as throughout the country and abroad.
Now, on October 5th, day one of this investigation, did you become involved in investigating the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you initially became involved? You know, the phone call or the conversation or whatever it was that brought you into this?
Sure. On our task force, we have a intelligence analyst with the Savannah Area Regional Intelligence Center. On that October 5th morning, we got an email from that analyst advising us of a potential kidnapping, abduction within the county. So upon receiving that email, I reached out to Detective Lemons with the Chatham County Police Department just to offer the services of the FBI. At that point in time, they really didn't have a clear picture as to what they had. So approximately an hour later, Detective Lemons called back and said, this is...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's offers to be effect on the listener, Your Honor. How did you become involved? I got a phone call. That's admissible.
Not what she said. You can testify about the effect without what she said.
You may want to rephrase your question, Mr. Dean.
After getting this phone call from Lemons and getting kind of the big picture of what was going on, did you respond to the Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
We did.
All right. And when you got there, what was going on?
Detective Lemons was starting the initial triage of interviews, gathering the individuals that were at the residence at the police department.
And on that day, you participated in a series of interviews of the defendant, Leilani Simon?
I did.
And you were paired up with Detective Lemons for that, right?
I was, yes, sir.
There were some other federal, local interview pairs that day as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. We've seen a lot of this interview footage from October 5th, but I'd like to ask you a few questions about it. We're not going to play it all back. At this time, had you received any particular training in interviews, interrogations prior to this day?
At this time, an 18-year career, I've done a lot of interviews. The FBI, like many law enforcement organizations, has numerous techniques, sophisticated techniques that we rely on throughout the course of investigation. But I would say the technique that moves the needle the most is interviews. And this particular investigation, we've done a lot of interviews, and really we have to let the interviews tell the story in this investigation. Now,
I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor during these October 5th interviews. Her demeanor, her tone, her volume, okay? Was her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these interviews, or did it change from one thing to another at various points, or what?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion.
Mr. Dean, I will sustain that objection.
Your Honor, the witness personally observed her demeanor, tone, and volume. This is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of personal observation.
Can you state the question?
Did her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these October 5th interviews, or did it change at times?
I'll allow that.
her demeanor was inconsistent, erratic. The responses I would characterize as shallow, emotional responses, and that on a dime, there would be crying with no tears, and then moments later, without really any transition, it would go to a normal conversation.
Now, what would cause, what sort of lines of questioning would cause the crying with no tears and the increase in volume and rapidity of speech and things like that? When would that happen?
Anytime the pattern of questioning, pressed her on a particular issue that she was uncomfortable with, that's when the defendant would become erratic and behave in that manner.
Now, I'd like to ask you just a couple questions about her story on day one, on October 5th. Did you all talk to her about a trip that she had made away from the house sometime shortly after 1 a.m.?
We did.
And what was her story at that time as to what she was doing there?
At that particular time, it was to pay a front for Danny, her boyfriend at the time.
I'm asking you about the trip after 1 a.m., not the earlier one in the night. What was her story as to the trip after 1 a.m.?
After 1 a.m., that was to go see an individual by the name of Melissa Bray to get Oragel. She had just recently had her wisdom tooth pulled the day prior, and her story was she departed the residence at 1 a.m. to go get Oragel from Melissa Bray.
What was she calling Melissa Bray at that time on day one?
That was Misty, as she referred to Melissa Bray, Misty.
And initially, you were telling me about a story that she was given for a different trip, right? That was the one after 10:30, 11 o'clock or so?
That's right.
Okay. I'd like to ask you just a couple questions about the days immediately following October 5th, okay? Did a local team kind of coalesce and come together to investigate this matter?
We did.
And can you describe the composition of the local team? Like, who was involved in this thing?
Sure. So the Chatham County Police Department had two primary investigators, Detective Lemons and a Detective Noble. They were supported by a cadre of additional investigators, supervisors. Our FBI team consisted of myself, Special Agent Solomon, Special Agent Burns, and we were also supported by a cadre of FBI agents from Augusta, from Brunswick, and then at that point in time, once we had our local investigative teams together, we started reaching out to other resources that both the FBI and Chatham County had at their disposal.
Can you describe some of this outreach to other units and resources that come to mind?
Sure. So the FBI has a team referred to as the CARD team, or the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. So once we realized the situation at hand, we immediately sought the assistance of our Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. We contacted our Behavior Analysis Unit at FBI headquarters in Quantico, commonly referred to as FBI profilers. They provided a substantial amount of subject matter expertise. We also contacted FBI CAST, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. They were able to take a very detailed look at the telephones associated with this investigation. We also reached out to our CART team, Computer Analysis Response Team, and they were able to do a lot of work with a particular infotainment system within the vehicle driven by the defendant.
What about the DFAU? Did y'all use them for anything?
We did. Digital Forensics Analysis Unit, they did a lot of video, audio enhancement, specifically video enhancement, and then audio enhancement as it relates to some of the interviews to clarify various points where the audio wasn't as clear as we wanted it to be.
Can you think of any resources y'all didn't use in this case?
Truly no. In this investigation, we utilized resources in a very finite amount of time. Really what it spanned, probably 8 days. And normally the investigative techniques we employed in 8 days is something that we would use across a 6-month to a year-long investigation. Just to give merit to the monumental effort, that both the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department undertook in very short order.
All in service of finding Quinton and identifying the person responsible.
Yes, sir.
Now, the plan and priorities over the first couple days after these October 5th interviews of all these 3 people. Did that include some follow-up on Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It did, yes, sir.
And who had point on that? What office or people?
Because at the time, Henry Moss Jr. was living in Burke County. Burke County falls under our Augusta resident agency for the FBI. So our Augusta office took lead in interviewing with Henry Moss.
Did it include some follow-up on Daniel Youngkin and his behavior and so forth that morning?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right, and who had point for that?
That was Detective Noble, I believe, as well as Special Agent Solomon.
And what was it that they did at his workplace?
When they arrived at the workplace, they sought the assistance of Danny Youngkin's boss, an individual by the first name of David, I believe. They obtained video of Danny actually departing work frantically. You know, they could observe on the video Danny departed his place of employment in such a hasty fashion that he forgot his jacket, he forgot to clock out, and ended up encountering his supervisor as he was running to the vehicle. His supervisor described Danny hysterical and crying.
He's already answered the question. He's just giving a narrative outline and testimony at this point of other witnesses. So I'd say it's here.
That's fine. I agree. All right.
Okay,
Let me just
thank
ask
you.
you this question about the efforts at Danny's workplace, okay? Why was it, his workplace is not the scene, right?
That's correct.
Why was it important to you all to go out to his work and figure out what he looked like and acted like there?
It was a process to corroborate the story that Danny had provided at the time. It gave us the opportunity to see the immediate reaction of Danny once he received that phone call from the defendant. So that was one of the main reasons, was to corroborate the story and get that immediate reaction, something that without that video, we wouldn't be able to have observed.
Now, during this investigation, did you have kind of ongoing interactions with Danny Youngkin?
I did.
Did you get a sense in interacting with him for his level of sophistication, intelligence, and so forth?
I did.
With that background, do you believe that he would be?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I do not believe it does, Your Honor.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Do you believe that he would be capable of acting or thinking to act in a particular way?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Let me ask you about the October 8th interview. Okay, we've heard testimony about an interview on October 8th at the FBI office in Savannah with an interviewer from Quantico named Bridget Brock. Okay, were you present for that interview?
I wasn't present for the interview, but I observed the interview in a remote location within the office.
Okay, you're watching it on like a live feed or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me ask you this about, because I don't know that I've asked anybody else this. The location in which that interview was conducted, is that in Chatham County?
It is. It's at the FBI office off Chatham Parkway here in Savannah.
Okay. And the October 5 interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, were those in Chatham County as well?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in the lead up to this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, that the two most significant investigative findings were your interview
Objection, Your Honor, leading question.
prior to that October 8th interview? Had you interviewed Melissa Bray?
I had.
Can you tell me first about the process of locating her in the first place?
We first learned of Melissa Bray through an interview of the defendant. The defendant provided us information that she previously worked with Melissa Bray at a restaurant located off of Highway 17 and Chatham Parkway here in Savannah. And I went to the restaurant, approached Miss Bray during working hours, and asked Miss Bray if she had some time after she was off work for the day to speak with me. She advised that she did. She would be more than happy to speak with the FBI. Arrived at her residence at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon of October the 6th.
And what were you asking her? What were you looking for from her?
The main thing that we were trying to seek from Miss Melissa Bray was whether or not she had any recent interaction with the defendant.
And what did she tell you?
Miss Bray provided that she hadn't had any recent interaction. However, she provided text messages and, that the last time she had contact face-to-face with the defendant was July the 5th. She received a text message or a phone call. Actually, I believe it was a text message from the defendant. The defendant said she had run out of gas, needed a gas can. Miss Melissa Bray, as well as her husband, supported the defendant in getting that gas. And then after that, there were a series of text messages on July 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and I believe the 13th, where Miss Bray was trying to get the gas can back from the defendant. I observed the text messages myself. There was never a response. The gas can was not returned. So really, from July the 5th, there had been no contact whatsoever, according to Miss Bray, between Mrs. Bray and the defendant.
Now, in your view, did the text messages that you looked at corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you about the last time she had seen the
Objection,
defendant?
Your Honor, comes back to opinion again.
Did the text messages corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you?
I'll allow that question.
Second is objection, then a bolstering, Judge. Witness has not been attacked.
I'm going to allow the question.
Did the text messages corroborate what she was telling you?
Absolutely, 100%.
Now, so that was done before the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And prior to that October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, had the investigative team obtained some important video footage?
We had.
And just broadly tell us what that was.
That was CCTV footage obtained from the Azalea Gardens trailer park.
And in this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, did the defendant stick to the Misty story?
Absolutely.
Now, moving forward from this, that night, the night of the 8th, this is when the hotel monitoring operation was conducted, right?
That's correct.
Now, were you involved in setting that up, or at least discussing it with Daniel Youngkin?
I was.
And when had that discussion taken place?
On October the 7th.
Okay. Can you describe, approaching Danny and bringing this up, and who else might have been there for this conversation?
That was an interview conversation that we had with Danny Youngkin with Agent Savannah Solomon on October the 7th at our office. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin, to Danny at the time, the facts that we had learned at that point in the investigation. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin the...
Objection, Your Honor. It's a narrative from the witness again. I don't think that's the question that Mr. Dean asked him.
I asked him to describe the circumstances of approaching Mr. Youngkin about this operation, proposing this operation. This is a totally responsive answer.
It's a narrative, Judge. I mean, if he has a direct question, he needs to ask a direct question, not an open-ended one to allow the witness to say whatever he wants.
I don't think in this case it was. I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can continue.
So again, we were able to disclose to Mr. Youngkin the facts of the investigation that we had obtained at that point, and Two of those important facts at that point were the surveillance footage that we obtained from Azalea Trailer Park, as well as the interview that I had conducted the previous day of Miss Melissa Bray, in which she had no recollection whatsoever of having any interaction with the defendant regarding the Orgeil story.
And did you ask him if he would agree to this filming and audio monitoring in the hotel room?
We did.
How did he react to that?
He was on board 100%. Whatever he needed to do, he was glad to do it.
Did he seem nervous? Did he stutter? Anything like that?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion again.
It's
Now
based
it's-
on,
now
I
it's-
see it based on what his observations were. I'm gonna allow it.
The answer to that question was no.
That's correct.
Let me ask you about October 12th. So this would be 4 days after the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, right?
Yes, sir.
In which she insisted that the Orgeil story was true, right?
Correct.
Now, this October 12th interview, where was it conducted?
That interview was also conducted at our FBI office here in Savannah off Chatham Parkway.
In Chatham County?
Correct.
And who was involved in this interview?
That was myself and Special Agent Solomon, also with the FBI.
What type of room did it take place in?
A large conference room, approximately half the size of this room that we're in today.
And was it recorded?
It was.
Audio and video?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In this interview, did the defendant's story change?
Yes, sir, it did.
And how did it change? In what parts of it changed, I guess?
Really, three main points came out of this interview. The first change was the admission of significant drug use on the night of the 4th and the morning of the 5th. The interaction with Miss Melissa Bray in the Orgeil story, that was a significant change. Where over the course of the interview, she disclosed, agreed that actually did not happen. And then we obtained significant information as it relates to her purpose in the trailer park that night and throwing away trash.
What did she say about, I mean, we're going to watch it, but kind of overview, what did she say about throwing away trash in the trailer park?
Initially, the whole purpose of going to the Azalea Trailer Park was to get the Orgeil from Miss Melissa Bray. But once we confronted her that I myself had interviewed Miss Melissa Bray, and Melissa Bray was not able to corroborate that story, she told us that she also had trash in the back of the vehicle that was placed in there the night prior, or the day prior, approximately 4:30 on the 4th. And the trash, being that Miss Melissa Bray was not there, the trash was smelling up the car. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:15 in the morning, when she drove by Miss Melissa Bray's house, she wasn't there. She took that opportunity to throw the trash that was in the back of the Dodge Journey into the dumpsters at Azalea Trailer Park.
Now, prior to this, on October 5th, had you all discussed with her this Azalea trip?
We had.
And had y'all discussed it with her at length on October 5th, what exactly she was doing there?
Multiple times, yes, sir.
And on October 8th, did Bridget Brock discuss this Azalea trip with her?
She did.
And was that also at length?
Yes, sir.
Now, on either of those days, October 5th and October 8th, had she said anything about throwing trash away at Azalea on that trip?
Never.
So as of October 12th, is it fair to say that this was new information from the defendant?
It was.
Did she talk to you about how much the trash weighed Well, let me ask you this. First of all, what did she identify the trash as being specifically, to the extent you remember?
She identified it as being shrimp pasta. That was a meal that they had thrown away from a day or two prior.
Was she able to give you details on the estimated weight of the trash and the specific physical mechanics of throwing it away?
She was.
What did she say about those two things, the weight and how she did it?
When we were questioning her about that, this was towards the end of the interview, we asked how she threw the trash away. She described getting out of her vehicle on the driver's side, walking along the driver's side to the rear of the vehicle, opening the back hatch of the Dodge Journey, and then pulling the single trash bag out. She was asked how she pulled that bag out. Verbally, she said, "I pulled it out with one hand," but as she was demonstrating, how she pulled the bag out, she demonstrated using two hands to throw the trash bag into the dumpster. She also described before she went to throw the bag in the dumpster, she opened the bag and described smelling the bag before she threw the bag into the dumpster.
Was she able to tell you if this really was just a bag of old food, why she would have felt the need to look inside the bag one last time before throwing it away?
We asked her that multiple times in the interview, describing, is it normal for a person to, knowing that the vehicle was had an odor to it, is it normal for a person to smell the trash before they throw it in the dumpster? And the defendant really didn't have an explanation for that other than she was just smelling the trash before she threw it away.
At some point in this interview, did she say anything about taking responsibility?
She did.
What do you remember her saying about that?
We'll see it in the interview, but I can't recall verbatim, but it was something to the effect of, if I did this, I'll take responsibility. Verbatim, I can't recall exactly what she said.
Yes, Your Honor.
The jury has indicated that they need a break. I figured they would need one at about 10:30 because they've been going at it now for about an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to stop at this point. I'm going to, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back, resume with this witness, cross with this witness, and then I anticipate probably breaking for lunch after that.
It's about time. I've been waiting for somebody else to say it.
Okay. All right, 15-minute break. It's 10:30. We'll be back at 10:45.
Jury's exiting.
All right, thank you, Williams. All right, 15 minutes. Do you want to talk about what you want to talk about now, or you want to save it for the lunch break?
I can talk to Tim real quick and find out.
Y'all talk, and then we'll come back together. All right, we're in recess. Are we ready to begin?
We are, Judge. Did you want me to go ahead and kind of deal with what we need to deal with before lunch or after lunch?
Should it be on the record or off the record?
We can go on the record, Judge.
Okay, SBCR 22-0336-4J6. We're now back on the record. Before we bring the jurors out, Mr. Hilliard, you said there's something you'd want to bring up.
There, I'm just waiting on this side.
All right, for the record, Ms. Simon is present in court and she is seated with her counsel. Counsel for the state are present as well. Mr. Hilliard?
Yes, last night I received an email from Mr. Dean late in the evening saying that he, as well as Detective Lemons and I believe it was Agent Snider, if I'm not mistaken, had interviewed and spoken with Craig Weston and Tim Weston, and they were going to add them to the witness list and supplement the witness list. And my understanding was that they were to be called this afternoon. So, one, I would object to that under 1716.6. And again, it may be somewhere, but I have not seen, at least in the last two witness lists, either Craig or Tim Weston listed as witnesses. It may have been in an early one, and I missed it. Number one. So I'll acknowledge that, but I don't think I did. I did go back and look, and I haven't seen them listed as witnesses heretofore until now. So we object on that as not being timely disclosed. Second, I would like to at least be given an opportunity to interview those witnesses. So on the one hand, I moved to exclude it under 1716.6 as not being properly disclosed 10 days prior to trial. We're on the 9th day of jury selection and trial at this point. So obviously I don't think it fits in the 1716.6, number one. So we moved to exclude both of those witnesses. Number two, if the court does not so exclude those witnesses, then I at least would like to have an opportunity to speak with those witnesses prior to them being called, given the statements that I'm being told or proffered that were made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean?
Your Honor,
Ms.
I'm going to
Ms.
respond
Parker?
on behalf of the state.
Mhm.
Your Honor, excluding these witnesses is...
Ms. Parker? Yeah,
I'll
just,
turn this one on. Can you hear me? Okay. Your Honor, excluding these witnesses is not the proper remedy here, especially when there is no unfair surprise. These witnesses, while not on the witness list, were included in materials that were provided to the defense. They have been referenced during the trial, even referenced by Mr. Hilliard. He was aware that these people existed. They're not somebody that we've just pulled out of thin air. The circumstances of the trial have caused us to change our mind about calling them. There is evidence that's now ruled admissible that includes text messages related to the Westons, and so we've decided we want to include them in our case. The defense could have talked to these people at any time. They were aware of them, and whether they want to have an opportunity to talk to them, that's fine. It's of course up to the witnesses where they're willing to talk to them or not. That's not really our choice or something the court can order them to do. That's up to them. But we would like to call them this afternoon.
Go ahead, Mr. Hilliard.
I didn't know the state's position, but now that I know it, I can state a little bit further. 1716.6, Judge, by the way, we did opt into discovery in this case. The discovery statute was invoked, which means that 1716.6 comes into play. 1716.6 states specifically, if at any time during the course of the proceedings it is brought to the attention of the court, the state has failed to comply with the requirements of this article, which in this case would be disclosure of witnesses 10 days prior to trial once discovery has been opted into, The court may order the state to permit the discovery or inspection, interview of the witness, grant a continuance, or upon showing of prejudice and bad faith, prohibit the state from introducing the evidence not disclosed or presenting the witnesses not disclosed, or may enter such other order as it deems just under the circumstances. At any time during the course of the proceedings, it is brought to the attention of the court the defendants failed to comply, those same remedies can be brought against us. I'm not the one positing or seeking to add 2 new witnesses in the middle of a trial. The one thing that is explicitly absent from this is me looking through and seeing that this was in evidence. My understanding is the court's ruling was those text messages were admissible. That doesn't mean because the state changes its mind 24 hours later they get to go back and then start adding witnesses. If we do that, the trials would never get finished. So I do believe it's prejudice. Giving me 2 witnesses and their statements at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night is definitely prejudicial when you're going to call them less than 12 hours later or 24 hours later. Number one. And number two, it's bad faith at this point. If they had thought they were going to call them as a witness, they've had 2 years to put them on the witness list, which they are admitting they didn't do. So the proper remedy under that is to exclude the witnesses. It does not affect their ability to get into the text messages, which is what the court's ruling dealt with from my understanding. So again, we object. I understand the court has to make its decision and will abide by that decision, but I don't think that they've complied with the discovery statute. I don't think that just because they've changed their mind over the weekend, their failure to comply with the discovery statute makes it permissible. So I think the witnesses should be excluded.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Ms. Parker, anything else?
Just a moment.
Amanda. Ms. Parker.
Your Honor, I just wanted to point out that these particular witnesses were interviewed by law enforcement back when this case was investigated. That was provided to the defense. They're aware of these witnesses. So there's a whole long line of cases about unfair surprise. There is no unfair surprise here or prejudice to the defendants because the defense has been aware of these people all along. We can pull some of those cases for the court, but I mean, there's 50 years worth of case law on unfair surprise.
What the court is going to do is this. Mr. Hilliard may have an opportunity to interview those witnesses, and of course, that's if the witnesses wish to be. But he'll certainly have an opportunity to do that. I'm not going to exclude the witnesses, but you'll have an opportunity to speak with them.
I understand, Judge. That's why I said I need to at least speak to them. So.
I understand, Mr. Hilliard. Thank you very much. Is there anything further we need to take up before proceeding?
The only thing I might mention to the court is that the next thing we're going to do is introduce this October 12th interview video. Mm-hmm. It's extremely long in its unredacted form. Trimmed some stuff and redacted some stuff, and we end up with a final exhibit, final product. It's like an hour and 13 minutes long. We're fine to proceed, but I wanted to just make the court aware of that before we do that. I don't know whether the court wants to do it now or ask the jury what the jury wants to do or what.
My inclination is to go ahead and do this before lunch. And then after you complete your direct, Mr. Hilliard, you could either do your cross before we break, or you could save your cross for after the lunch break.
To avoid a rebellion, Judge, I will most likely do it after the lunch break.
Yeah. The court would not rebel, but jurors may not be happy.
The jurors may. Exactly.
Right. All right. Bring in the jurors, please.
Jurors interim.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We're back from your break. I trust you were able to observe the instructions. Okay, thank you. And so we're going to resume now with the state's evidence at this portion. I will tell you this. The court anticipated breaking for lunch after this witness. During this, there's going to be a video, however, that's about an hour and 15 minutes long. Can y'all wait till after all this to get to lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I thought that would be the response, and that was my hope that that would be your response. So we're going to proceed now.
Do you have up there with you this marked as State's Exhibit 70?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a recorded interview from October the 12th, interview at the FBI office here in Savannah, Georgia.
Now, is that the entirety of the original recording of that interview?
It is not.
Can you tell us what has been cut off from the front end and where we're going to pick up?
We're going to pick up approximately 30 minutes plus or minus into the interview. There's a significant amount of rapport building, nothing really substantive to the case that takes place in the first portion of the interview that's cut out and that's redacted.
Okay. Does the recording on this disc fairly and accurately depict the portions of the interview that we've included here?
It does, absolutely.
And other than trimming some material off the front and back end and redacting some inadmissible information, has it been altered or modified in any way?
It is not.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 70.
Subject to the redactions we've already discussed, no.
Now, when we open this thing and start playing it, first of all, what are we going to see initially?
This is the conference room, a large conference room in the Savannah office of the FBI. You'll see myself on the right side of your screen, the defendant seated at a small circular table in the middle, and then Special Agent Solomon on the left side of your screen.
All right, I'm going to take the time to get it up here because it does seem like some people have been watching on this screen as opposed to the other one. And what are we going to hear you say at the outset here?
At the outset is an apology, to the defendant, based off a conversation that the defendant and I had following an October the 8th interview. That interview taking place also at the office, FBI office in Savannah.
Just briefly, what were you apologizing for, just, so we know what is going on here?
Sure. After the interview was complete, I went and wanted to impress upon the defendant the gravity of this case. It was really a one-way conversation. I explained to the defendant that the entire weight of the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department were going to ensure that justice was served in this case, that we were going to find Quinton and bring anyone responsible for that to justice.
And that was on October 8th after the interview with Bridget Brock?
Absolutely.
All right. With that preview, I'll go ahead and publish this by playing it for the jury. I want to tell you, I might stop it from time to time and ask you kind of what was that question and what did she say, because the audio is, I think it's passable, but it's not outstanding. Fair to say?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right.
Well, I just wanted to apologize. I think you, of all people, know how stressful this entire situation is. And we've been working 20-hour days and doing the best that we absolutely can to find Quinton. And I hope you understand that. And the stress that's involved in that.
It's on everybody.
It is.
It's on everybody.
And yesterday or 2 days ago, probably should have just walked away and let my emotions get the best of me. And you understand that I apologize for that. And it's not lost on me. You know, there's really, you don't have, you know, another adult, you know, male figure that you can, yeah, you know.
No, I didn't want. And we was never being support one of us, and he was distant.
So I'm sure you feel like I sort of abandoned you. Just what you feel, you know, when we have that conversation. And then we talked to your mom just 2 days ago. And your mom, you know, tells us that it was just a day or so ago that your stepfather, you know, was able to give you a hug.
That was the first time that she was since he came home. And I needed that. That moment was like just a moment of comfort. That's what it was.
So I'm sorry, but, you know, there's some things, you know, we're going to talk about today. So what's going on at the house right now? Are you staying with your mom right now?
Yeah, at the moment, and so we can get into the housing for the ministry. Because they're going to help me get somewhere. And the moment that I do, I'll give you all the address and everything, you know. But I'm trying to do that so we can do what we got to do with the case to get the case done.
Who all staying at the house right now?
Right now, my brother's going to be there until the 18th, possibly longer. Paul's there. Everybody that's originally lived there. But with the addition of my brother, Beth. Beth, you said the kids before. I got back when I was. You know, she took care of me when I was a baby.
Did your mom tell you we found Beth in bed?
Yes.
She was like, oh, there's nobody here. I was like, I'm just, you know, we gotta check for safety. And she
She was like, came downstairs, and I'm just like, and she's like, I think they got my phone. I was like, probably.
yeah, we're working on getting that back to her before she leaves.
I was like, probably.
Now, with everybody there, has there been any additional searches that y'all have done on your own, anything?
There's one day that we got a psychic, and said something about a container of books.
Is that the one your mom sent? Your mom sent me. She's kind of forwarded along anything she's got.
Yeah, when that happened, Mom and I frankly went to the garage, even though we knew y'all searched it. We still went and looked up every container we could, searched and looked, and I was just like, oh no, Mama.
What's the blonde lady's name again that has the daughter? Little bitty.
Renee, she's always spiritual.
She is, and she was ready to search everything.
Yeah, she's like escort everything. Like, y'all gotta get off the property. They were a long hike. They want to get down. Like, I'm like,
that's when Scarlett was running around. I was like, these two are very similar.
She's something else. She'll jump on top of the TV bar and look over at the press like, what?
Yeah. But she has been ready to search. She said they searched the canal, they searched the land, and go with them anywhere that.
No, we've been trying not to trample on anything that could possibly be anything.
Yeah.
You know, so I've honestly asked tonight if you do go walk around, when you do see something, don't touch it.
That's the right thing. Call us.
Take a picture of it, call them, send it to them, tell them the location. Don't touch it, whatever it is. You know, I don't want them walking into the woods or anything like that because there's scents and cover up something that could be there.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that was the last thing I think the dogs were doing today since it went back to, I told your mom this, but I talked to you directly when, you know, we went back, Tuesday? I don't remember the days of the week right now, Monday, because like I said, we couldn't see a lot in the dark, and the dogs, I guess, work the same way, and the dogs don't live here, so they had to do that on its own, but,
That's kind of in keeping with everything that we want to do to make sure that we do absolutely everything we can and that we get it all right.
Yeah.
We don't want to miss anything. And I know that's important to you,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So with that, I mean, just kind of, you know, not wanting to put words, you know, in your mouth, but being the time and space that's passed since we last talked. You know, maybe, you know, there's a chance that you were calling things, you know, differently or something new that, you know, it just didn't come up before that we didn't ask.
Yeah, we've been getting it to the online every day.
well, and you know what, so a lot of, like, I mean, Wednesday was the biggest shock, right? And you're trying to get everything in order of what you think happened.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you get a chance to breathe a little, you know, it's, I think I've said this to someone this week, but you ever drive home and you're like, how'd I get here? You know, because you're on this autopilot, but then you really think like, oh, there was a yellow car. And now you've had time to get farther down the road. And so if you remember something differently right now, it's not because you were wrong then. You know, it's because, okay, I've had time to just kind of let it settle and see things more clearly when, you know, the shock of it all has had a chance to kind of come down. So we're not going to come down if anything's different, because there's a lot to be said for some time and space to kind of things that you didn't think about before because they weren't the big thing, or, you know.
It's funny that you said that because of the church pictures there. They were asking me that too. Like, can you see a lady? Just detail that you can mix. Like, keep going through and through and through. The only thing that makes sense, the only thing that completely has me baffled is the door, the back door.
The opening door.
The from 544. That is the only thing that I keep on going back to thinking.
And to be honest, we're double checking, you know, beyond just that data that Joe had, you know, to see like what does this really mean?
Yeah.
You know, so we're again running through the carpet on every single thing.
So with that in mind, let's just kind of go through, you know, a few things. So let's just start with the Circle K. Tell me about the phone call that you made. I could see, was that Tuesday night or Wednesday morning to the Circle K?
It was a quick phone call. I can't honestly remember if it was on my phone or Jamie's phone. It was from one of their phones. I called him and I said, boy, Joe, they've been not having for me. You know,
They keep such low stock. It's just
they didn't have any, so that's why I went and got Misty. And I really did go to the original Misty. There was 3 tubes in the window, and now 2 were empty. And one still had some in it. And the one that had some in it was one I guess in the for her. Oh, the other. And so okay, like normally they have it. Normally they do it. They did not have it that day. I guess their truck was coming the next day or whatever. I used to work there. I believe they come on Saturdays. Thursdays, Fridays. And then after I went like that, I went home. I stepped outside and purchased a cigarette. Nobody else. I hate no fun, dude. I'm very sure I did have a little steering chair in there. I did. And I went down.
Okay. Because when we look at the phone records, you know, for that, when our investigators look at it, there's not a call from your phone to the Circle K. So, do you just kind of help me understand that? Is that, do you think another phone was used?
It's possible that it was Danny's phone.
So you think you used Danny's phone?
It's possible because he had his phone right there all the time. I have really bad signal inside the house.
I just grabbed it.
I just grabbed it there. I kind of wish I had a split phone then. I don't know how to get signal in the house.
No one ever said they were sharing.
I get signal now. I can talk to you throughout the whole house. Yeah.
Okay. And the 911 telephone call, I have to tell you, when you put the statement together, you did a phenomenal job providing just a tremendous amount of detail that's been helpful for us throughout this entire process.
And then I was speaking of them, can't find the doors, so then the baby, if you want, I got pretty much screaming at the phone.
Within that statement, you mentioned, or you put it in writing, that you made the 911 call.
Yes.
But there's a male voice on the call.
Yeah, he tried to call his phone first, and for some reason it wasn't working. So then we called on my phone, and we got through. He started to speak up first, but the way he was speaking to me was way too calm, and that's when y'all heard the chiming. Yeah.
So that he and Danny, so y'all work together like
Yeah,
this.
we were together like this, and he was being very calm on the call, and I was just like, no, look at he found my baby, and that's when y'all heard me start screaming and yelling at them about it. So.
Okay. And that was an absolutely chaotic time. You wake up out of your bed and Corley's not there. So let's just go back to that point. I know that's super stressful, but let's just go back to that point when you got out of bed. Tell me, what was the first thing that you did?
The very first thing I did, I went to the phone to see what time playing inside closets. And the way the door's open, the door never shuts. Like, you can push it open and pull it open or whatever. Those were some of the first places I checked. And then outside, inside, I had my brother jump in the pool. Picture his hand, and I was pretty sure he got picture now.
Oh, I think he jumped in for us too.
Yeah.
That wasn't requested, though.
That was the second time he did it. The very first time, I had him jump in. So, I mean, this is what we do at the end of the day. You're gonna do every night at home. I researched everything. I got up and I looked at his face and that blanket was pointing. And I looked Howell. And the blanket was outside of it. And there was a pillow right there. His tablet was still there. I can't find this stuffed animal anywhere. And the day he mentioned something about that, I was like, Michelle, she came over a couple weeks ago and had a whole bunch of toys and much. So I said, or something, they had a cell phone on. And that's not what he his monkey one was there, and that was in the thing. Yeah, but no, it was in the toy basket that was in the outside of it. So, I told him that, but it's stuff.
And Michelle brought it over.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly. It was a cell phone. She brought the baby dolls and
For him, it was a new toy, so it was his new favorite.
yeah, it was just new toys. That was his. It was good one.
So just kind of go back through that because Paul and Michelle, they tell an entirely different story. And that entirely different story. Paul and Michelle tell an entirely different story. So let's just kind of go back through that. Because I want you to understand that what you tell us and what you remember is absolutely just as important as what Paul and Michelle remember. So let's just walk back through that, okay? And a lot of times, the best way to do that is doing what we call reverse order. So we start with a 911 call, and then go, what happened just before that? And then what happened just before that? All the way back to the time that you got out of bed. So let's try that.
I called Michelle.
Let's just start with a 911 call.
We called 911. And after that, Michelle was already on her way.
So it's near 9.
Yeah, before that, like, Michelle was already on her way for the call. Because I was trying to figure out, for some reason, and this is weird, like, we pay for the week. We pay for the week, good. Whether I go to work or not, they normally go. So, that was on me. I called Barry, I called her, I called her home. She came over to help me search. And then she said that she didn't search. She was there for the coffee. Her car was...
So how would she get there?
Yeah, her car was trapped in from the house. I know that before I searched the whole house.
So let's talk about that, right? So 911, and before that, there was a call to
Michelle.
Michelle.
To see for some reason that she had me.
Okay. And then before Michelle.
Before that is Danny. I was searching the house and all that stuff. We even outside, inside, part of one lines we searched or whatever, and then when I couldn't find them, it's like we just stood out there for something later for 911 to get there. So before that, I was just I slept the whole time. And I didn't want to put my junkies out there.
That's understandable.
I was on purpose.
You did.
I did. It was a pretty good that I took. And that's part of what I did get. When I was get back with Frank, I just didn't tell the truth about them.
Like right there, I want you to stop right there, okay?
I did do it.
Just so we're all clear on what she said, was that her disclosing a new fact that you hadn't heard before?
That's correct.
What was that new fact?
At this point in the interview, she disclosed that the purpose of the trip to 204 was to get a perk 30, a Percocet 30.
Yeah, did she say whether she had taken it that night?
She did.
And her words here were, I was on drugs, right?
Correct.
All right, and I'll pick that up. That was paused at 14:46:05 on the timestamp in the top right corner.
It wasn't for the sons. I was for the sons. I didn't want to put the house in fast. Okay, because someone was not.
But that's huge for us too.
Yeah, so
you just tell us the whole thing.
Yeah, so it was Arkwright Lane. You think that's the name? I never knew the name until you told me.
You just know where to go.
I just know where to go. I went there, and that's where I did nothing. I think it was blind.
Now, pausing at 144634, did she just say that the place she had actually gone to meet the drug dealer was Arkwright Lane and not Flacco's Tacos, as she had said previously?
That's correct.
All right.
And I know they said that they never knew us, never seen us or anything like that.
But we're retracing.
I was saying, they know me. I have been there probably about 100 times in a couple months. You know, like, so that they all know me there. Yeah.
And that was let's talk to that. What trip was that?
That was the trip to 204. I was at 10 something. A little bit after. We got there at 10:40 something. I got home at 10:40 something. Yeah, I was bored for it.
And tell me about that. You know, how does that hurt? You drive back home and then.
I actually got home. I'm like, wait.
That wasn't easy.
Yeah,
I've never had one.
you know, it's not. So when you say when you're smoking, like maybe it doesn't take long when you take over 30. That's too much.
Just get it.
It takes the pain away. You get like, yeah, well, maybe that would be the reason why I was saying I was sleeping.
And you had the purpose in conjunction with smoking.
Yes, that's what because I took it as soon as I got home. I went outside and smoked a cigarette.
And
By the time,
about what time would you have done that?
by the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever. I still have some stories right there. Looked into it, like it wasn't that long. It took like an hour or so for it to release, which is why I got the order done. By the time I got home from the order done, it was kicking. It was hitting. Like I was a little stumbly, like you thought I was drunk. You know, that's how I was from the spirit. So one of the times when I was really out of it. And like I said before, I went outside to check on all the kids and everything. All of them, all of them, the sky smile. The Jane was good, and the camo Peter blanket I put back over him. Yeah, he's got a long curly hair. I still look at his face. I was just like, this. And he rolled over and sleep. So I was like, hey, you know, I just rolled over and closed my kid. And outside. And I'm outside and I smoked and came back inside before 2. And I went to sleep. And I woke up again. And that would be reasons why I didn't get out of bed. Didn't hear the alarm. It makes you sleep. It makes you sleep. And then once you get still and it hits, and it affects everybody differently. You know, just like Xanax affects everybody differently. For me, pretty much put me out. I probably should have took me out. Like it was bad. Yeah, it was bad. I probably should have took out. But I took the whole thing. So.
And we'll come back to the portion. There's some things I want to touch on there. But the Orjo story. Tell me again exactly, you know, how that played out. You know, with you getting the Orjo.
I got out. I called her. I got a text on her. And there's no download. You can't get into my kind of public state. I called her. Yeah, it was her husband. I think her first to believe, but I just asked for Missy, and she said, come on through everything. I was putting her right back. And I went back. We flew all the way around. She's really right there towards the front. That's all the way around. Yeah.
Well, just a couple things on that. I want you to just help me understand. Missy has no recollection at all. And she did not, and there's no communication. There's no communication between you or Missy on Missy's phone or on your phone about anything.
I don't know if I got called her in context now. And we get different phone numbers. It changes over a certain amount of time. The numbers that change on its own. You know, especially if you're not paying for it. And so that would be part of the reason that I kept saying for a minute and that time I got off of it because everybody asked me to change the number. Because it gives you its own number, it doesn't use your phone number. Yeah. So that's what I called her. It was like a 229 number that I called.
229.
Her number. Yeah, it was 229 text now number or something. For the longest time the phone wasn't on. So she had that one.
Prior to that, when was the last time that you had any communication Missy's house. And did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside? Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to grab, like, I knew the cookies kept me.
How long did y'all interact there with Missy? How long were you there talking?
2-3 minutes. It was a quick little conversation. How are you doing? How's her mouth doing? So, she does some crap stuff as well. She did while she was outside. So that was part of that. And then when I got in the car, when we were over there, we did mention some money on the trash. Yeah, I did run the trash. This Dan was supposed to take trash out a few days ago, and there was spoiled food all over my car. So I pulled around and seen my gas stopping my food in my trash. And it was ports, like shrimp pasta.
Shrimp pasta?
Yeah. The whole car smelled like shrimp.
You just had to wait for it to
Yeah, because I got in there, I was like, what is that smell? I felt that before, even though I go to 204. You know? I felt that before, and I'm like, get out of the car. No, look, and we use Glade trash bags. If you have to say that Glade gray trash bags is what we use.
So did you stop anywhere else at all?
I went straight back home, and that's when I broke my phone along the way. I don't know, it's going to was not. A little time to be supposed to go in the morning. I got home when, outside. Checking the kids when outside, so just stay here and sort of went to bed for doing it. Then I woke up. I didn't know Danny got in bed. Even Michelle thought it was weird that he didn't bring all the kids over there, because like I said, I pay for 5 days of the week in the machine. Right off of it. So whether I go to work or not, we do it that way so we have a steady pay rate. And sometimes my pay might be, I might have to pay a little bit then and then catch over in a couple of days. Anything like that, we got issues like that, but she's always been paying. She's always been money.
Sounds like you were kind of asleep if you were.
I didn't hear an alarm go off. Danny said that he shook me before he left. I didn't feel that. I didn't know that he even left. And I was like, I woke up. Surprised, honestly, that the Sky and the kids and then Quinton wasn't there. And it was, I don't know how they acted. I freaked out. The same woke up to me screaming and talking about something. Yeah, so. Well, that's everything straight down to the T of what I did. And like I said, we can see, make sure that the way it went in and everything out.
Well, let's look at this. Maybe some of this stuff will help you recall some more detail. So I'm going to slide over here. See the side. So this is a photo of you in your car. That's your car, right? That's your car. Pulling into the trailer park. And where exactly is this in the trailer park with the car trailer?
Yeah, it looks like we get up to the road, we go to the line, then we go down the street, so we can use the street for the kids.
Okay. So that's where you first pull in, and this is trailer down here.
Yeah, I think it's my first one, and the next one was coming out. It's not really telling me anything.
Because right here, so you look at that, what do you do down there?
The path looks like later in home.
Okay. And where is Missy's house on this map?
The first one, the side.
So Missy's house is about right there. So just help me understand.
Yeah, it's Yeah, it was a shrimp house that was just overthrown out food that he was supposed to take out the day before. So everything out in the fridge. Also, it's like on the fridge.
Which way were you? You got out of the car, and you got out of your driver's side door. What did you do? You walked along
The driver's side.
to the back. And when you got back in the car, like you did the trash, or you went to get the trash out of the hatch portion.
Yeah, like I opened it the house.
Where was the car? Here.
I was facing the slate, crazy, and out.
Then like this.
Yeah.
Got out and
You're there, do it like in my doctor's like, oh, there.
just kind of walked around there.
You think that this camera, that's exactly what that's going to show.
It's exactly what it's going to show. You see me get out the driver's side, step out, grab it. You'll see my 60 seconds, I think stone. And I was getting a grab of it. I grabbed it, put it in there, got part of the clothes on. There's just a story. So that's exactly what I do when I'm home. Straight back home, I didn't leave the house until y'all could take me. And that was it, about 15 seconds. That's about it. That's all. That's exactly what I did. The trash bag used to be always up, no matter what, so it's trying to always use clay. And the ones that we have are clay, gray looking trash bags, I guess, almost.
Did you throw anything else away?
No.
That was the only thing.
That was the only thing that was back there. That was nasty. And that was I was thinking about sleeping out of a cereal, but if someone wants something in the morning, I should so, then I asked me what someone said, and it was baby cereal. It was a rice based on real baby cereal. I had somebody give me some, and one of them, she had just opened, and her baby didn't do it with it. So when it was back there, I guess one of the turns I took or something, it just busted open in the back, and I never got it.
There's something else I want to grab. Just give me a minute. We'll be right back. Today, just sitting down with you, we learned a lot. We investigated you and the truthfulness. You just had
Just hoping any of that might at least maybe help y'all connect some dots.
Just you simply being honest with us for the first time. For the first time, I spent
I have a problem with worrying about other people's safety, other people who go for it. I don't want them to be arrested, and then just, I put everybody to myself, and that's how I end up in those situations that I'm in, because by the time that I realized I haven't taken care of myself, it was too late, So, ask that also if people are not saying, what did I not tell the complete truth about? Because I told the truth about what to avoid. That's the truth about where it's stopping. I didn't know.
just that little bit, but let's carry that a little bit further. At this point, we're talking about what? We're not talking about things over here. And right now, when it comes to Quinton, I don't care about Corley either. So I want you to understand that. But let's take this truth and this path that you're walking down with us down, take that a little bit further. Because, before it was just, let me pay back a drug thing. $20. But now, kind of opened it up. Now Quinton is the utmost thing that's important in my mind. And that's all you're thinking about. Because we don't know if we're going to get money back. So with that in mind, let's carry that to the next step. And the next logical step is you got the cover sets. But who did you get the cover sets from? They were talking about Quinton.
Yeah, it was people, but there's multiple people there. There's Brent, there's Craig, there's Tim.
So who mentioned Craig?
But he was Craig.
Correct. Okay, tell me about Craig.
mean, 5 to 6 years.
5 to 6 years.
He was the person every time I was smashed, he's already on weed, anything, but he's the only person I ever fight from.
Yes, sir.
He's a taller black man, he's 46 years old, dark skin, long dreads. He's actually very nice guy, you know. Besides what
It's a business.
yeah, besides his business or whatever, he's always been like a top baby, you know, the rice take up this, that person. Other than that, we've never actually like hung out, but seriously go by there and get what I want, you know. When I first met him, that's how we even became like that, because I stayed there and they smoked me up to the point that I could even like, come on, my friends, I don't know. So that's how all that started. I only hit him up when I needed something. And sometimes I wouldn't even call. It was just pull up, knock on the door.
So is he the man that you have intimacy with in the camper?
Yeah.
He comes to the house?
Yeah, he didn't come to my house.
So he comes to the camper?
He goes to the camper in the back of that same property. Because on the very back of the property too. There's a camper right there and some other old houses right there.
What kind of car does he drive?
The white van is one of them. I want to say it's like a older 2010 maybe something like that. And he's got a black truck. There's only 2 guys up for the property guys, but they always drive different vehicles. Trying to be smart with it. So it's hard, but I know for a fact that he just consistently drives a white van.
That's what you would think when you go to your house.
Yeah, well, he never came to my house never came to my house. Yeah, he never knew it came to my house. I don't know. Did he know about the area I stayed at? Yeah. Did he ever come to the house? No, I've always came out there. There's only one other time that he actually met me somewhere right there next to where they said was peanuts before water without car washes. And that was a couple weeks ago.
Well, you see, I knew that was right there.
Yeah.
Like, that would be something that would have been great for us to know.
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay. So just those little things are what help us find claims. Okay.
There were 2 times that I didn't go with the kids. They stayed in the car with me and Dave were doing one, I was doing whatever. I think the last time that happened, Scott was 2 weeks old. They seemed like it was not safe. Nobody helped him. Nobody got called. Nobody got fixed. Yeah. That was it.
When did you put the trash bag? So you wanted to be able to get to the oil shop. Was the trash bag already in the car?
Yeah. And like I could smell it when before I even like when I got in the car to begin with, maybe 2 o'clock or something. Yeah. And I think he put it in the car earlier that day because like it's maggots or anything, like you could smell it. It was nasty. And whatever, and he forgot to take it off. So when I finally got in the car again to go with the order down, so much of it, I was like, these cops are in here somewhere. I'm like, okay, it's the bus, but it's the boy. I got to go with it.
Was it like full kitchen trash? Or it's just like,
It's full kitchen, trash bag, like full fridge clean out. Yeah. So.
I just want to leave you, with this. I want you to understand that Savannah and I here, this investigation is going to continue. We're marching on. If there ever is a point in time.
That's why I made sure that when I got this photo, I had one of those numbers. So I'm telling you that when my brother, when he came, we sat there, we walked through it. He's like, well, let me ask some questions, and maybe somebody didn't ask. I might make you think of something like maybe just didn't think of nothing all the time. So every single day, even when I held coffee, we sat down and we talked it. And we talked it. And we talked it over and over and over again. And he's a big confidant for me. And then he also just let him scream. And they woke me up last night. I was crying in my sleep. They're still yelling, Quinton, in my sleep. I love you. I want to home. I want to home. Safe. I want to home. I want to home. Kids on the floor, those little arms and legs straight here. That's all I want to do. Everything was stopped. It was yelling stop, but I didn't think anything of it. You know, it's just on food, out of the car. See an opportunity to put it out. You
through that today, but we'll get through that. But just like we talked about the purpose, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, it took us a little bit to get to that. We got to go through.
And there are times like that I did tell Prosecutor on that because I got really on. I think that was the second time that I've done it. Yeah, for myself within 2 weeks. Yeah.
But everything you said today about that makes perfect sense, and we can confirm it.
Yeah.
Like Brett saying, there's still some things that we gotta work through, because we can't confirm.
That's what we are. Like, you see how easy that was? To just, tell the truth and let us know about the purpose of it.
Yeah.
So we have to have that same conversation as it relates to Missy. So
And I did.
let's talk about that.
Yeah, I did meetings.
Well, I want you to know that I, myself, have spoken with Missy. Multiple other investigators have spoken with Missy. Missy has been to our office. You didn't talk to Missy tonight. You didn't. So let's just get through the raw truths. Because however this plays out, Missy did not have any communication. There's no record of that. Missy came in, she talks to the FBI, she talks to, law enforcement. And she has no recollection. But you did tell me the truth. You did tell me that you ran out of gas. And you had to get some gas from it. That's absolutely true. But I wonder what's not the truth. What is not the truth? And understand this, is you didn't go see Missy that night to get over shot. So just tell me what you were doing in that tree park. What were you doing in that tree park?
I think it was taking over John.
But you didn't get it from Missy.
I don't really know exactly what that was on.
But you didn't get it from Missy.
Right around then the perk and all that stuff before I was right around the smoking and whatever. And honestly, they put through there hoping that that light was on. Hoping that something was on the car and wrecked something. Whatever, but no.
But that takes us to this right here.
Yeah.
That takes us to this.
Yeah. But,
So look at that.
yeah, I don't think like a road. So we go around there, smoke some.
Smoke some what?
Some weed.
With who?
Yeah, no, I was alone. Nobody was with me. I told Danny I was driving to the road and he was half asleep, so I didn't know what was going on.
So like this is, look at me, I'm just looking close. This is what I want you to understand. And take a deep breath. We were talking about Quinton. And right now I'm just sitting here talking to you. We talked about purpose that you got. That didn't happen before. And now it's like, I know, I get that. But you gotta understand that you have got to be 100% truthful about it. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to deal with it.
I didn't speak to the super, but I did come to the house and just find myself in the world.
Okay, but that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Because
If the light was on, I wouldn't have to look. Yeah.
so did you get a work bill that night?
I did get a work bill that
Where'd you
night.
get a work bill from?
But I found it and the card was one of the ones I lost. And I found it when I get back to the house. And I got a pocket on it.
So the whole purpose of this trip
Was to see if Missy was home. Because honestly, I didn't have a number anymore on my phone. And when I downloaded text now, it wasn't on there anymore. It doesn't give me a new number.
So help me understand this. I need your help here. Without you, I can't find Quinton. Okay? So you've got to help me understand this. So we leave your house at 1:11 in the morning.
Yeah, it's like 1:13, I want to say it's 1:11.
To go randomly drive to Missy's house.
She's normally up. They're all normally up when I ran on the gas
The
light.
last time that you saw her was
When I ran on the gas that night, it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I went over there and got her and said, and she didn't answer, I didn't see her people in them. I ran through, like the way, like took the smell, and she was nasty. The heat was from old seafood and nuggets on it. Yeah.
It smelled a lot worse than that.
So that's, I got rid of that, no, but I was to all the churches. I didn't go anywhere else. I didn't leave my phone anywhere. Everywhere I went, just right there.
So really what you did was you left the house at 1:12 in the morning to go throw away trash?
No, I really knocked on her door. I felt like there was nobody on in the fight that her son garage was in there.
Was not there? Or was?
No, it's normally parked in the front. There's like a tree right there. You know, like into the fence there, you can see it from the road.
Well, that's the photograph right there of you pulling into Jose Trailer Park.
Now it's going down and you kind of look over there and you can see the photo. You can see
There's not quite. I just want you to see this. You know, there's a hard right. So you go straight this way. This is the data right off of Life 360 and your cell phone map. Okay.
And if you look down, you can see her tree. And it's right there in front of the house. You can see it. And if a first light was on, you would stand light on it. For some, when a person bike his bike against a tree. And normally if that bike is there, somebody is up because he's young. Nobody was up. I went back on, I got home, and I looked in the car and I found the village, I looked in the seats, and I think it was one that, I don't know where I kept on time. I don't know, no, so because of an older one, because of my boss, I don't know, I've been having teeth problems for quite a while. But no, I did not leave that morning with the sole purpose of throwing the trash. It was with, okay, Missy has enough problems. And I can't find her. Let me go see if we're going to push that either.
So is Orgel powerful in Percocet?
When it's on the inside of your tooth, because my tooth is broken down or whatever, I need something that will take the pain away until the Percocet fully hit. You know, so I'll put it back there and so comfortable. And when it actually fully hit me, by the time we got home, and I was standing there like it started to hit, and I left. But I could just feel it coming on.
When you left where?
I left the house.
But you took the Percocet when you got back to that
Yeah,
house?
but it was like 11, yeah, no, I didn't take it as soon as I got back home. I took it 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or whatever.
So like a lot of
11 something. It takes about an hour for it to hit and it's going to change.
It takes an hour for a Percocet to hit?
Normally, it depends on if it's fast acting or if the pill is old. But that pill, I think it was old. It took a little bit longer to hit, and obviously it's probably because people can't get all of these scripts that easy.
But it was strong.
It was, and when it did hit, it had a delayed reaction for people. But when it hit, it hit. You know? And it said T189, so I know for a fact that was right. And my soul purpose feels good. You go and see if they have the shoes on, or no weapons on, and no pipe was in there. So I just kept on driving. And I got a car, and I couldn't get up. So he got right there and threw it away. He was supposed to throw it away earlier that day after we got our teeth and stuff.
So you only went through your trash away?
Yeah.
Where do you put that trash in?
Normally we take it to Azalea or Cotton Bell. Cotton Bell is the two places that we go to, and every now and then my brother told Danny about taking it just late because I guess they had construction or whatever going on. They wouldn't have a problem with doing it.
When did he put that in the car?
When we got back to the house before we picked up the kids, so when we got home, and like I said, we were trying to clean up, make dinner, all this stuff, get things ready for when we did pick up the kids at 4:30. So part of that cleaning was cleaning out the fridge and everything when we come to the shower and everything. And we never ended up going shopping for the big part. And that's what we were going to do. We never did milk, eggs, all that stuff.
So you threw that in the van before supper?
Yeah.
Y'all use the big trash cans for that?
You know, he was supposed to put it all in. He was supposed to put them all in there. It's like he got distracted or something. We put one there or somewhere. But I was not seeing he's supposed to take it off. And it's because Thomas gets mad when because everybody's going to do like it. Like, that bag of trash was already started before we even got to cleaning out the fridge. It was already sitting in the trash can. When we got there, we finished cleaning it out. And I kind of looked in there, we've been having gnats and flies and all that stuff in the house, fruit flies and all whatever, and I think it's just because of the weather changing. And yeah, later that was like, it was nasty as well. Like the food ourselves, like the one we pulled it out of the fridge, like it's not good.
In the fridge?
Yeah, like it was, but please don't shut all the way sometime. And when it don't, milk was still by nature, so it was milk thrown away, it was yogurt thrown away, it was eggs that were nasty, and a big bowl of pasta salad that was
So again, that trash bag was in the car.
before I got rid of
When did the trash bag get placed in the car?
I can't tell you exactly the time. I know it was before we picked up the kids, because the plan was to load up everything and pick up the kids.
So that would have been at what time?
3:30.
3:30. So just before you picked up the kids, that's it.
Yeah, because he picked up the kids himself. I stayed at the house. He was supposed to take off all the trash or whatever, and I guess he got sidetracked and didn't load up the rest. Like I told him, go and put that in there. We go ahead and load up the rest, and we go take off the kids. And he didn't load the rest. Yeah.
Alright, so again, it goes back to where we were Wednesday, and kind of where we progressed and where we are now. So now we have the Percocet, and we know that we didn't need her missing.
Well, that wasn't the intention.
It wasn't the intention, but what I want you to understand is we are talking about the disappearance. Oh my God, we're talking about the disappearance. That information that you just provided us could have led us in other directions that would have helped us find them more sooner. You understand that, right?
Another reason is like, I'm sitting there, you see him 6 o'clock in the morning. You don't see him in bed. He was laying there in the bed and he swore up and down to me that he's seen him. Swore up and down that he's seen him. And when they came out, he was like, "Good question, me so much, I don't even know." I was like, that just is fine. You know, if you glance, it doesn't matter if you glance. If you're a parent, you know if the babies are there. You know? Yeah.
That's all we want. That's all we want.
He's so broken.
That's all we want. But you can see what I'm talking about here. You can see what I'm talking about when we talk about Percocet. When we talk about missing and abortion. You understand that it's huge. But you have held on to that information and didn't talk to us about that.
I just didn't think that it really would have helped. I've never been in a situation like this, and you don't ever think anything like this is gonna happen to you. And I sat there and I told him yesterday, I said, I understand everything, and I said, there's some things I need to tell him exactly how it went, because it's not like I completely fine. But I left out this the truth. Unless he was there, the red light was on like it was that night when the guy was out of gas. I would have pulled right up there. I would have pulled up right there and knocked on her door. And that night I got the gas, and she gave me the door that night too. I didn't say no. Yeah. It's damn. It's people. I didn't think anything, but I just kept thinking what happened after 6. That was my thought process. What happened after 6? He was told that he was last seen at 6. And he said he seen him when he left. He texted the babysitter and said that they're not coming. So if they're not coming and you were up at that time, you knew the babies were there. That's what's on there.
Well, I guess the course of investigation the last time they see one with any sort of credibility has simply Quinton is 4:30. That's the last time. So we can't confirm anything as it relates to the day or anything after 4:30. It comes down to stuff that's just as simple as this. It says, you tell us that you want to go see Missy at the workshop. Now, hey, I'm not a narcotics agent by any stretch. She can't tell me.
The way you release, when it starts going, there's sometimes that I've had to take 2 or whatever because we wait an hour and it doesn't hit. And honestly, especially a lot of that could have to do with the fact that I was sworn because it could have been classroom. And I was finding out. I didn't know that they were for all that happened Tuesday. Yeah, and the day for Tuesday. Yeah, and that Wednesday. Yeah. I was class on the
So you, at that time,
Kirk, coke, weed, and whatever they shot him on.
4:30 Tuesday night.
Yeah, up until, and then, we worked from there.
So where did you get the cover from?
I already have that for a few days. It's from Duke and Marvin, because they on the road.
Marvin?
Yeah.
Tell me about Marvin.
And Marvin is a coworker at Danny's. We used to be, we worked all close together. Yeah, he's got that.
What's Marvin's last name?
I have no idea. It's Marvin.
So call him or go to his house?
We both call and go to his house.
So where is his house?
This is, he stays off of Colin. So you come down here, we're trying to figure it out. This is the 4 ways to come up here. It's gonna be off one of these streets over here.
Common?
Yeah, no, like COWAN.
Okay, count.
And we got that from there. I think Daniel was when he bought that bit from him. And it's, like I said, it's like there's a little corner store. But this is the there's a corner store down here. They keep going on. It's this first street and it's the last house on the right hand side.
And Marvin, black guy. Tell me about Marvin.
This is the dude who sells weed. He's come over to the house a few times. I've been giving them baby bags and big clothes and stuff for their little baby that Quinton and they're going out of or whatever. And he had just recently started selling coke and then he bought like a tea from him or something like that. For a baby dope or something. And he first sent like 40 to him. You know, we see is I think it's Marvin Smith is someone that would be one of our cash outs.
What did he bring her?
A day or so before.
So Sunday morning.
Yeah, something like that, maybe Tuesday.
So when did you use that code?
I was a daily user.
A daily user.
I used to do that.
So you usually wake up and take it?
You know, I'm more like I wake up and about after 2 or 3 I start it.
So,
And I do it throughout the night. And then I go to bed and then about. Sometimes it's before 2, sometimes it's after 4. It just depends on how much I was doing and what time of day I was having.
So just before you left to go take the trash to LA, you had been on cocaine and the other set and
Yeah. And like the goal wasn't to take the trash out. The goal was to see if she was there. I tried to get in contact with her. I don't know her name on Facebook, but I knew where she stayed at. And that's because I had taken her home before when we moved up those years together. And I did the same thing up to the right there, drove her off and watch her work.
But you see this path that we're going down right now. So, again, you're doing great. You're doing great, and this is the type of stuff that's going to help us find out. Okay? But, we have to find out what else. What else is it that you're holding back? Because, now...
I'm not holding anything back. There's details about 2 or 4 and right there, that's huge. That's everything. Those are the only 2 things that I have back. And I didn't want to go 2 or 4 to get in trouble or whatever. And I didn't really know how to 100% explain why the hell I just left and, didn't call her or whatever. It's because I didn't have her contact. I used to. I got a text now they changed my number, so I couldn't call her, but I didn't have her contact.
Remember when you started cooking on Tuesday? Don't you? Before or after your Tuesday?
Before.
What?
And before it was not long after it was again, 2 weeks, that's when we started doing it. He already had it. I can't tell you exactly what day he bought it. And some of those who can tell you because that were up all the time. Yeah. Maybe there's that one. Y'all see the doors opening up constantly over a period of time. A lot of it's going in and out smoking cigarettes because we don't know how to do it.
Yeah. So when you started before you picked up the kids, kind of use it through the night?
Yeah. Throughout the day, it didn't matter. It's just whatever makes you high and makes you feel numb and not hurt. And so I did. I feel my teeth, my snoring, I never smoked it.
So when you come back home from taking the trash to the dumpster, do you do more coke when you get back home?
I got it under the lines and I can't exactly remember, but a prop food it. And
That's where you do that.
I don't know.
Part of the house.
That stand up under the TV that's hanging on the wall in my room. And it was always on top of that. And high end, we didn't even have to bring down or something like that. And we had it inside the cabinet, it was busy.
And so you're doing the code, and that's why the back door is opening and shutting.
Constantly, because every time we hit one, we always smoke a little cigarette. We hit one, we always smoke a cigarette. Me, I was a hit one, go smoke weed and a cigarette. Weed was always mixed in with whatever I was doing.
But let's go from, just like we did with the 911 call. Maybe this is my help you recall something. So let's go backwards from the point that you were stopped in front of these dumpsters. So you were stopped in front of these dumpsters for how long?
Just like a minute.
And just tell me from the time that you pull off, so the time that you pull off, tell me, kind of in reverse order, what happened and the time that you pull off.
The time I put in reverse order, so I'm backwards from it. Drive by, and I look out, I see no light, I see nobody right there. Before that,
just before that, so we've already moved a couple steps before, so just before that, so that would include, going backwards from when you pull off, that would include, getting back in the car, and then from there.
She turned the car off.
yeah.
You just left it running and rain got up back.
Yeah. And I looked at it first, I can probably see it on camera because I really thought that he would be throwing it away and took the kid from the kid. I opened it first and I was like, okay.
So you opened the trash bag before you threw it in the dumpster?
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. Like, I knew that all the trash needs to be taken out, and I knew I had told them to take that out first, especially even if it's just one bag of tape, because it's not terrible, I said, like, get out, open it. I closed it. Like, it was already kind of partially tight, but not completely tight, which is why the cracks don't really get big.
So let's talk about that constructor. And we're going to break this down piece by piece, so just so we can understand, okay, that's the only reason we're doing this. Because, you told us just sitting here, I learned that trash bag was placed in the car just before we went to pick up the kid, and you knew that was moved there from the night before.
It was from, it was just old food, like older, it was clean out of the fridge.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I can't help me understand this. Do you think that that's something common that people do is before they throw trash away, to open it up and look at it and see what they're about to throw away?
Yeah, we don't know exactly what it is, and it was like not completely tight, and Hollywood had even opened it when I looked up, it became a little bit open.
They could smell it.
And I could smell it. So like, when it goes back, it's not like I opened the whole bag and looked in it or whatever, I was just like, oh, okay, yeah.
All right, so let's keep on going. So you pull the bag out of the car and you opened it to smell it. Can you tie it back up?
Not too small. I could smell it. It was already like partially, not completely tied or whatever. Like I was just like, okay. And then like finished tying it, just a little, clear.
How heavy was the bag?
I don't know, maybe 20 pounds. 25 pounds is nothing but old food. And I have to go my milk. I was spoiled, It wasn't much.
Did you have to carry it with one hand or two hands?
Just pick it up. The only time I put it up there, I pushed it up in the bottom, I gave the whole bag to a fell in.
Where in there did you put it?
I believe it was this one.
Like that side door?
Yeah, right there.
Okay. Because sometimes you throw them over top, so.
No, this is that right there. And I'm sure that right there is above my foot. It's already almost like right here to me. Yeah.
So when you push it in, did you have to push with two hands to get it in there?
No, I just had it.
Was it pretty full? Like the dumpster?
Yeah, it was about halfway full, a little bit more than halfway full. I didn't have to use two hands, I just put it in there.
Okay. All right, so I know this is hard to do reverse order, but let's go just before that.
Just before that, drove by Misty's house, one night drove by Misty's house.
We didn't do that, right?
When you drive right here, it's her lot of the time, you can see that tree. Literally, that tree is right there in front of her house, right before the driveway. When you drive by, if you glance, you can see that. And you can see if her porch light is on.
But at this point right here, Because this camera right here sits right there. So you're already driven by that one, right?
Yeah, it's right glass in as soon as I pulled in. They didn't see it.
Was there any points at all that you stopped in here to see anybody else that you knew in there?
I don't know anybody else in there. She's the only person I knew besides her husband and her kids. So I didn't, that's why I didn't go through the whole neighborhood or anything. I didn't know anybody else. I just drove this way. That's right there. I'm telling you, you flare, you can see the tree, you can see the lights. I keep on, around. I said, yeah, let me see the west coast of this country. And when I left, I was straight home before I got the car. Yeah, I'm over the room. I'm not this for sure. Actually.
You had a line before you got the car, so you said?
Yeah, I believe it.
So you drove with your driving with it?
Yeah, I always had it.
Gotcha.
Like anywhere I went, I could do it. Use it for the car.
And you smoked in the car?
Yeah, I smoked in my car too. Probably found like a million traces of coke in the car.
So at what point did you realize the smell was so bad that you should stop at the dumpster and throw it away?
It was before I even pulled out the house. It was like the moment that I got in the car and the trash, I had time to sit in the car throughout the day that I just smelled it. And I was just like, at first, like when I first left to go to 204, I smelled a little strong, but it wasn't too bad. Like, I was just like,
No, not to make you want to stop it.
yeah, not enough for me to check it or anything. I said, maybe something just stinks in here. I don't know. Maybe it's the car itself. And it wasn't. And when I got here, got back in the car again, I was like, I can't stand it. So when we got up here or whatever, and I seen that she was in home, so I was like, whatever. And I went around and I stopped, it's like, I gotta get rid of this thing.
So was the bag heavy enough where you had to like drag it out of the
No,
bag?
I could pull it out with one hand. I pull it out with one hand and I put it up there and just like that, just like anybody else would. You take the trash bag and I throw it over his or you pick it up and push it over the side, you know? That was it.
Did you see any people?
I don't think so. Not
Did your
that.
guys?
Yeah, I don't think I seen anybody. I know when I was coming down the road, there's some black thing walking down the road and Bud called there, but he always is walking down the road.
So you didn't see anybody else in and around the dumpster site? Nothing wrong right there?
Nobody, there's raccoons. There's plenty of raccoons out there, but that was it.
In that camera, that's going to show us.
That's right, exactly that. You see that it was, y'all see that it was pull it out easy, put it away easy, there was no struggling with it at all. So something like food. All the food and trash, that was all that was in the bag. 100%. Smell it, sure, all of it.
What's wrong with that bag of trash?
There was nothing but old food and trash from that fridge in that bag. But I didn't even put more than 20 pounds of sweat on like that little boxes for I don't know about how much something was. Yeah, one of my oldest son was about 40 pounds of what I put in was weighing close to 32 pounds or something like that. It was a chunky little solid dude. Yeah, that bag now no one can. You can see when y'all walk to the floor back there, you can see that not struck with the water. And it's not like I sat there and was like holding it or something like that. It's nothing like that at all. I just got out. I was like, damn it, I thought we took that trash out. We didn't.
Well, just, again, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. You don't want to go over and see.
I just want to be home. And I didn't do nothing to my child. Okay? I did nothing to that baby at all, but love him and care for him.
There's no doubt that you got it.
Yeah.
We know that.
I got out of him. When I got out of back home, he was there. When I got home, he was there. Do I know what happened between the time that I went to sleep and when I got out? I don't.
It's not exactly this. Okay, about that. But there's more to the story that you're not telling. Everyone knows what he did when they went to the things about cocaine, poison. That's what we need. And all a combination. So that's all we got to get to.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened at all.
I know maybe right there in the moment, you had no idea. You know, you had just had issues with Danny. Y'all were in an argument. You felt like he was abandoning you. You were hurt. You were struggling. You had nobody to reach out to.
No one ever helps you.
When we see that, we see it in the video. I don't have a copy of the video here. But Savannah and I both have watched it. And we know the struggles that you were facing. We understand that as best we can. We try to understand. We can't live through your life. We don't completely understand. But watching those videos, again, like what I said earlier, I heard for you. Now I can understand that. But there was something that has to
Nothing that happened to my knowledge that they was in.
You know, to see your babies, you're by yourself and something happens and you're beside yourself and there's no one ever going to help you alone. And you've got two babies, you've got the whole thing to think about.
What Danny was there too, what time you were there, in my bed, watching TV and I was asleep and really drunk, running down, but he was there. You know?
Did you go with you?
No, he went with me. It was the kids. My brother got there and he's from the east and he got home after. But it was nothing.
And kids were in the house. One thing was there.
Awful. Every time, me and him never really, when we were together because of the struggles of taking kids out in public and, going shopping or anything like that. So it was like he would go or I would go. And if we all went, it was normally right after dinner with the kids because they were already in the car. But there's nothing that happened that would make him.
That you remember right now.
I will tell you that, yes, I was messed up, and I was fucked up, and I was sometimes sorry, but I'll change the way I look at things. There was nothing that happened that I can remember. When I went to bed, as far as I know, he was there. When I woke up, he wasn't. So there was nothing at all to my knowledge that I can remember. And it is my fault because I was so messed up.
It's huge.
So I would say that if I did something to him, I don't remember doing it to him. If I did, I don't remember hurting him. I don't remember taking him anywhere or anything like that. I remember seeing him in that bed when I went to sleep. That's what I remember. When I do, I remember that he's such a pretty baby. Sky's bottom, she wakes up around 4 or something normally, and then I get about 3 or 4. I took the bottle out of her mouth because she had popped up. I'm pretty sure Danny or something, I don't remember dropping out the bottle. Zane, I covered her back up with a full camel blanket. I'm really serious, basically, when I was asleep. I don't know anything else.
But something happened. That's why I was going through this backwards. We're there. We know something happened. And it wasn't, nobody's saying that you strangled, you killed your baby. I'm not saying that. But we both know something happened that night that we have got to figure out. And that's where we are. And I am pleading with you to help me help you control this story. Because you're put in a bad situation, a very difficult situation. We talked about this. The addiction to cocaine, the addiction to cocaine. I mean, for crying out loud, you could smoke a lot of cocaine and go to sleep.
I know. That's kind of what I was so long ago.
So just help us go back. Quinton wasn't crying and you did something that you just absolutely right now have pushed so far back in your mind. You love that boy beyond belief. I could see that in the video that I watched. He was your prize. But you did something when you had no control because you were under the influence.
I don't remember. I did not do anything to him.
You didn't do anything intentionally.
I don't remember doing anything to him. I always face bathing him and putting him in bed.
We're trying to help you.
I know, and I don't know where to do it. I really don't. I don't know what happened to him.
I know, we don't either, right? We don't either.
I want to know.
to yourself.
It's me. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. That wasn't a lot of hiding, which wasn't a lot of thinking. I don't know if I did something to him. But if I did, I'll take my responsibility. Whatever y'all find, I'll take my responsibility. But I'm fucking God. And y'all come home with him alive and well in my arms. That's what I want.
I just have some follow-up questions, Robert. Getting pretty close to being done with this direct examination. Just to recap a few things from that interview, you know, I don't know how well people could hear it, so I'm just gonna be on the safe side here. Did she ultimately tell you that the Percocet she had obtained that night was from Craig?
She did, that's correct, yes, sir.
And this was something that she had identified as red in earlier interviews?
That's correct.
But in this interview, she confirmed that Craig and Red are the same person.
Yes, sir.
And in this interview, she admitted that she had met him at Arkwright Road, not Flacco's Tacos.
That's correct.
What did she ultimately say, eventually, about whether she had met Misty that night?
Ultimately, as a result of the interview, she provided that she hadn't indeed met Missy that night.
And that was only after first telling you in here that I did meet Missy 100%.
On multiple occasions, yes.
What did she ultimately say about whether she had gotten Oragel that night and where she had gotten it?
She couldn't get off the fact that she did get Oragel. So after we came to the determination that she didn't get Oragel from Mitzi, she continued to state that she had the Oragel, found it in her car when she got back to the house.
Is it the case that she offered this information about cocaine use eventually to explain her shifting stories?
That's correct.
And what did she say to you about the frequency of her cocaine use around this time frame? Not just that night, but just the frequency of her cocaine use generally?
Yes, sir. So that she was a daily cocaine user and she was using cocaine, Percocet, marijuana on October the 4th, as well as the early morning hours of October the 5th.
And specifically, did she tell you that she had been using cocaine throughout the night that night?
She did, yes, sir.
Did she tell you that after she had gotten home from the dumpsters, she had hit another line or two?
She did.
And did she tell you that she was all types of fucked up that night?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
At one point, did she say that I was so messed up on drugs?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And did she tell you that if I was so fucked up that I did something, I'd take responsibility?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. Now, were you involved in the coordination and oversight of the landfill search?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now, can you tell us generally, in relation to the search area pointed out by the landfill manager and then later outlined by Team Adam, where were Quinton's remains ultimately found in relation to that box or so?
They were found in the lower left portion of the box that Team Adam had identified for the search team as the area to search.
Now, did you all keep an open mind during this investigation and take seriously the idea of Paul and Danny as suspects?
We did.
Why did the investigation ultimately focus in on the defendant?
Ultimately, there were 3 individuals in that house, 3 adults in that house. And of those 3 adults, there was only one that continued to lie to us throughout the course of the investigation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I'm going to take this opportunity to break for us. And Mr. Schroeder, you can begin your cross-examination when we come back.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, the time now is 1:20. Let's be back at 2:20 since we have lunch here today. That should be easier to do. So 2:20, we're going to take an hour-long break. Please don't discuss the case. Please don't watch, consume, read, any social media or TV stories about the case. All right. Thank you. See you in an hour.
Jury is exiting.
Thank you, Williams. Okay, we're in recess, 2:20. Thank you. Okay, could you bring out Ms. Simon, please? The day just seems to be going so quickly. The days just going so fast.
Oh, the day's going quickly. Everything else was kind of a slow motion thing.
I look at the time. Okay, so we are back on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, and we're bringing the jury, but before we do that, is there anything that we need to turn our attention to before we do that?
Just when I'm going to get an opportunity to speak with the Weston judge, I think that, I can't speak for Mr. Dean, but I think we may get into that maybe after Mr. Snider, I don't know. So that was the only.
Yeah, I thought about that a little bit earlier too. We have a pretty hard schedule, and you do need to have the opportunity to speak with them. Are they here in the building? The Westons?
They should be shortly.
Okay.
They went to lunch, but they should be shortly.
Okay, so let's proceed with the special agent, with the witness that we have.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Dean just reminded me something we were going to let the court know. The Westons have asked if they could not be on camera.
I'll consider that. Is there any reason in particular?
I think it's just discomfort with, being on national coverage.
I can say we probably all feel that way.
I don't want to be on camera either, Judge, so.
So,
But they are civilians. They are not attorneys. They're not law enforcement. And one of them is going to have to testify about a sexual liaison.
let me just give that some thought, okay?
Your Honor, that's not a valid reason to not be on camera.
I get it.
Okay, the state chose to put this evidence in. They chose to call these witnesses, and I'm sorry to inconvenience them. But unless there's some other reason, we all feel that way about the cameras. So, that's my position on this, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. All right, please bring in the jury.
Jurors and sworn.
All right, and as you get to your seats, please have a seat. Welcome back. We're into the second half of the day. I was telling the attorneys time seems to be flying today, but maybe that's from my side, not necessarily from your side. Were you all able to follow the instructions and not to discuss the case with anyone, not to see any media? What was that?
She's fine. She said yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. It almost sounds like a song. All right. So I'm going to turn now to Mr. Dean.
If I remember correctly, I think I had finished my direct examination now.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have some last questions you wanted to ask.
If I had, I would have long since.
Okay, Mr. Dean. Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Agent Snider, how are you today?
Good, sir, yourself.
Pretty good, I can't complain. Some of the questions I'm going to have will be a little bit repetitive, but it's just to kind of
get straight in my mind. You're in the Marine Corps, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
I had approximately 8 years active duty, and I just retired as a reserve officer about 2 years ago.
Well, thank you for your service, Agent Snider. And then you went into the FBI, correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been there?
18 years.
And during that 18 years, what is the bulk of what you've done there?
We're in a small office here in Savannah. So for the 15 years I've been in Savannah, I've worked a little bit of everything from violent crimes against children to both international and domestic terrorism. And then for the past 10 years, I've been the coordinator for the FBI Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force.
Okay. And that's for the last 10 years, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Does it have a cool acronym? Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force? That's a mouthful.
Take the first letter of every one of those words, and that's the acronym.
Okay. How would you say that then?
I wouldn't even want to, hazard a guess.
All right. So when you got involved in this particular case, you pretty much were involved on October 5th, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And on October 5th, what exactly did you do on October 5th?
October 5th started out with a call to Detective Lemons to determine whether or not Chatham County needed the FBI's assistance.
No, I don't mean a rehash of what you've already said you did. I mean, your actual involvement. Did you conduct the interviews on October 5th? Let me ask a more specific question. So on October 5th, did you conduct any interviews on October 5th?
Conducted multiple interviews on October the 5th.
And who did you interview on October 5th?
October 5th, specifically the defendant, I think on 2 separate occasions, or 2 interviews with the defendant. I did not speak with Paul on October 5th, but I did speak with Danny at some point on October 5th as well.
Hold on, my pen's running out. Give me 1 second. All right, so on October 5th, you spoke with Ms. Simon at least twice. You did not speak with Paul, but you did speak with Danny, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you spoke with Danny again on October 6th or 7th or both?
I don't recall exactly. There were multiple times. I had telephone conversations with Danny, but I know for sure I spoke with Danny on October the 7th.
Okay. So maybe on the 6th, but 7th for sure.
Absolutely.
And how about Miss Simon? You speak with Miss Simon on the 6th or 7th or no?
I don't think so. I think it was just October 5th primarily.
All right. And October 7th was the day you got permission from Danny to wire the hotel room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I assume the hotel room was over there off of Chatham Parkway, from what my understanding was. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think it was over there off Chatham Parkway, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you had, how was the room wired up?
I wasn't involved specifically in that aspect of we have a team that handles that. I just know that we had a room that we had rented adjacent to that room where we were able to live monitor on a video feed. Again, almost like a hotel room that has an adjoining door, that type of setup. And we had both audio and video in that room to hear what was going on.
And so you're in one room next door, videotaping and audio taping everything. They're in the other room living their life, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Danny knew that it was being recorded, correct?
Absolutely.
And Miss Simon did not, correct?
She did not.
Okay. And how long did that recording last?
Less than 24 hours. I think we had it. They stayed the evening there, and they checked out the following day. So I don't know the exact number of hours that we had it, but it was less than 24.
Okay. So 10/7 to 10/8 maybe?
Approximately.
Or 10/8 to 10/9, whatever it was, somewhere in that time frame. Is that correct?
I would have to look at a report to verify that, but I don't know the exact date, no, sir.
The date's not important. The point is for that time period, it was pretty much around-the-clock surveillance, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And he also gave you permission to tap his phone, correct?
That's correct, he did.
And how long did that last?
It was at least 30 days. I think we did one renewal, so it may have been for a 60-day period. But again, there was another agent that was handling the administrative aspects of that. I believe it was possibly 60 days.
Okay. Well, and I'll ask, I mean, did you review the video and audio tape of the hotel room?
Just excerpts of that. Again, there were multiple facets to this investigation, and that's not something that I personally did, was review that particular video.
So you saw excerpts, but you didn't watch the whole thing?
That's correct.
I assume anything of any importance or what you deem relevant, you would look at, correct?
Not necessarily. The agent that was responsible, for that would have reviewed that and highlighted that.
And who was the agent that was responsible for that?
I believe that was Special Agent Solomon that had that responsibility.
All right, so Solomon was the one who was ahead of that particular
That's correct.
endeavor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And Danny's phone, who was the special agent in charge of that one? Was that you or is that Agent Solomon as well?
The particular aspects, so both Agent Solomon and myself obtained the consent, from Mr. Youngkin to get the authorization to wiretap that phone. But the day-to-day monitoring of that phone was Special Agent Solomon's responsibility.
Okay, and that's fine. So Solomon basically watched the video and audio from the hotel room and reviewed the tap on the phone, correct?
That's correct. Again, not solely her responsibility. There were, multiple, people reviewing that, but primarily it fell on her shoulders.
Okay, and that's fine. So, but you did interview Danny on the 5th, maybe the 6th, but definitely the 7th, correct?
That's correct. And again, I had, in between those times, I had multiple telephone conversations with Danny as well.
All right. And do you recall the conversation and the interview you had with Danny on October 5th?
You'd have to give me more clarification on that, sir.
Well, have you, in preparation for trial, have you reviewed that interview with him?
Which particular interview, sir?
The first interview you had with Mr. Youngkin.
I'm sure I have at some point.
Okay. And do you remember when he said there was nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive in that interview?
Not specifically, but again, she provided that information in the interview that I was present for, that she had been to Arkwright Drive 100 times or more.
Okay. Did he ever say that he had gone to Arkwright Drive?
I don't know that Danny had mentioned that to me, but we do know through the course of the investigation that Danny accompanied her. Either he was driving or the defendant was driving on the numerous occasions that they traveled to Arkwright Road.
Did he ever talk about going out there by himself?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did he ever admit to going out there by himself, to the best of your knowledge? To you, at least.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, in that initial interview, do you remember him saying that he was awake when she got back from Arkwright?
Yeah, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds to any, I've let a few slide, but any further questions about what Danny did or didn't say. He's testified at this point.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. He's already testified, okay? This is the agent that conducted the interview. I have the absolute right on cross-examination to talk about the inconsistencies in Danny Youngkin's statements to him versus what he testified here in court. So whatever issue he has, it's not hearsay, number one. Danny's already testified to this. Number two, the agent has the right to testify as to his recollections. If he doesn't recollect it, great, we move on. But if he does, it's a proper cross-examination question, Judge.
Mr. Dean.
I just don't think that's a proper reading of the current rules of evidence that have been in place for the last 10 years or so. if there was something that Mr. Youngkin was confronted with while he was up there and given a chance to confirm, deny, explain, then it would be a proper subject for testimony by another witness. But if not, you can't just ask another witness what a witness who testified previously said just because they testified.
Before we go any further into the weeds in this argument, I'm going to allow you leeway to go ahead and ask these questions. I'm overruling the objection.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Snider, do you remember Danny saying that he, at 3:30 when he got up to feed Sky, that Quinton was okay? And he saw him?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Okay. Do you remember him saying at 5:30 that Quinton was okay?
I do recall Danny saying that on October the 5th, but in the October the 5th interview, it was unfathomable to Danny, that something like this had taken place. So while Danny did, on October 5th, during that interview, mention that he did indeed see Quinton, we further went down that path with Danny on multiple occasions, specifically October 7th, and he could not recall seeing Quinton as he walked out of that bed that morning. It was a rush that morning. He was late for work. The positioning of his bed.
Your Honor,
The
at this
dark
point in time, I'm
hours.
going to object. It's non-responsive to the question I asked, number one. He's basically giving a narrative to what was basically a yes or no question. I understand he's trained to do that, but it's still improper.
Mr. Dean?
The general proposition that the witness is allowed to finish his answer. Mr. Hilliard is the one that's inviting all this testimony about out-of-court statements made by Daniel Youngkin. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, as nobody says anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Special Agent, you do speak in paragraphs. So, Mr. Hilliard, ask your question. Agent, answer the question.
Isn't it true on October 5th that Danny Youngkin stated that he had glanced in the crib at 5:30 and Quinton was okay?
That's what he stated on October the 5th.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that he also said that he was the one that texted the babysitter that the kids were staying home that day, correct? On October 5th.
Danny did state that on October the 5th.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the conversation where Danny got angry and said that he needed to drink?
Could you please restate that one, please, sir?
I will. Do you recall him stating that he's having a bad day, it feels weird, and that he drinks all the time and needed a drink to even himself out?
And what date was that, sir?
October 5th, I believe. If you don't remember it, that's fine.
Mr. Hilliard, I want to ask, why is defense asking these questions?
Well,
No, Mr. Dean.
you have to have Mr. Hilliard monologize on his theory of the case in the presence of the jury.
Approach.
I'll do it if he will, Judge, I promise. If he'll refrain from doing it, I'll be glad to.
No, y'all approach the bench. The other attorneys come too. Okay, we're back on the record now after a sidebar. Mr. Hilliard?
Yes.
All right, Agent Snider. So let's go back to October 7th meeting with Mr. Youngkin, okay? So you set up, did the hotel and the wiretap, right? But then that all went into place that night or the next day? Whatever it
Put it
says
in
on
the next day.
Right, whatever it says on the
October 8th.
paperwork is what it did, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, did you conduct any surveillance other than those two things of the parties?
In what aspect, sir?
Well, I mean, we know that you had the audio and the video in the hotel room. We know that you had Mr. Youngkin's phone tapped. We know that you already pulled all of the phone records at that point, correct? Did you ever pull any, and you may or may not have, I'm just asking, did you ever put any of the other family members under surveillance or anything like that?
We placed a pole camera, a camera on a telephone pole outside the residence of the defendant.
Okay. And that's at 535 Buckhalter?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Right. How long was that there?
I couldn't tell you for sure, sir. It was, 30 days at the most.
Now, during the interview that we just saw with Miss Simon, you kept making statements to her. Some of those statements were true, but not all of those statements were true, were they?
You'd have to.
Point you to the inconsistent or
Exactly.
incorrect statements? Well, one of the things you said was that Paul says something entirely different than what you do. Okay. What was it that Paul said that was entirely different? I don't recall.
Yeah, so I think the clear piece there is Paul told the truth.
Well, that's your answer, but I asked you a specific question. What was the item of information that Paul said that Leilani didn't say?
Yeah, again, throughout the course of the investigation, Paul told the truth, and the defendant didn't tell the truth.
Your Honor, that's a non-responsive answer. Please instruct the witness to answer the question.
Agent, if you would please listen to the question and as best you can answer the question.
You made a statement that Paul said something entirely different than Leilani Simon in the interview we just watched. What was that piece of information that was completely different?
Objection. Hearsay. And I can elaborate if the court would like me to.
You can elaborate.
Okay.
Did you want us to
Steve?
approach?
Sure.
Snider, isn't it a common interrogation technique to use half-truths or complete falsities in order to try and induce a defendant to make a statement to you?
That's correct. We do that through the course of our investigations.
And isn't it also an interrogation technique that you will try and put stress and strain on them along the way to try and induce them to make a statement to you?
That is a technique.
Okay. And stirring up those emotions and keeping them in emotional turmoil is a fairly common interrogation technique, is it not?
That can be a technique that's utilized, yes.
Okay. And is that the technique you employed here?
The video speaks for itself.
Okay. And so you're saying that was not the technique you employed here then?
Specifically, the technique used in this one was something we refer to as a sue. That's the strategic use of evidence to get to the facts of the investigation.
Well, let's talk about that. You had multiple interviews with Ms. Simon, correct?
Multiple, yes, sir.
And I guess it's safe to say that many of them were similar to this one, correct?
They were, yes, sir.
Okay. And the one thing is through all of those interviews, she's never admitted to harming her child in any way, correct?
I wouldn't say that's 100% correct, no, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Did she say that she shot her kid?
She did not, no, sir.
Did she say that she stabbed her kid?
She did not, no,
Did she
sir.
say that she strangled her kid?
No, sir, she did not.
Did she say that she beat her kid with a blunt object?
At no point in time did she say she committed a violent act.
Okay. So that was a consistent statement throughout all of the strategic use of evidence. She's never made that statement to you or anyone else, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the hotel camera. So you have the hotel camera. You say that Danny was aware of it. She was not. Did she ever make any statements to Danny in that hotel room like that?
Again, I didn't review 100% of that video, so I couldn't 100% answer that with accuracy.
All right, well then let's back it up. Did Agent Solomon tell you it was a relevant portion for you to look at and send it to you?
I don't recall, no, sir.
Was that something you would normally recall if you got?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you didn't get it, it wasn't sent to you, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right. Same thing. You had tapped his phone for 60 days at least, and I assume you got all relevant text, phone calls, or intercepts from Leilani Simon to Danny Youngkin, correct?
We got every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone, both incoming, outgoing calls, just as your phone would obtain those calls. We received every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone.
And did you review those calls, or were you told the relevant portions of those calls in text with the defendant?
I don't recall the exact number, but you can imagine in a 30 to 60 day period, there were hundreds of calls. So no, I did not review every call, but there were pertinent calls that we do have.
Okay. Any of those pertinent calls say, I harmed my child, or I did this to my child?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. And again, this is after 60 days of around-the-clock monitoring, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about the interview that we just watched again, and what's a perk 30?
It's a opioid narcotic, commonly used following, minor to major surgeries as a painkiller.
Okay. It's like, when you say opiate, is it like Oxycontin or something like that? I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm asking you because you'll know more than I will. But what exactly would a common name be that we know it by?
I'm not exactly sure. I know it's a combination of like an acetaminophen, so a Tylenol-based drug, in conjunction, with an opioid, a fentanyl, type drug. So it's a lesser degree of a fentanyl, drug in the opioid classification.
All right. And I assume cocaine. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any knowledge of what the effect of a perk 30 is on somebody if they take it? If you don't, that's fine.
No, I think the defendant explained that herself.
Okay. And what was that effect then?
Best I can recall from seeing the video that you watched was a drunken state, a loopy state. The specific pill that she took had a delayed reaction, she said. I couldn't explain past that.
And that's fine. You might not know. What about cocaine?
What she was doing in the perk, taking the Percocet, the cocaine, and marijuana, commonly referred to on the street, if you will, as speedballing, and those three drugs are what she admittedly was on that night.
Does cocaine put you to sleep, or is it more of a stimulant?
Again, I couldn't tell you, for sure, but it's my understanding that it affects people in different ways. Some individuals it acts as a stimulant, and some individuals it does put to sleep.
All right. Well, based upon your experience and training, okay, what have you been trained that the effects of it are?
Again, as I disclosed in an interview, I'm not a narcotics agent, but I can tell you, what she said, what I've heard from other individuals, and that's all I can tell you.
Okay. And was I correct that, and I may have misheard it, but on the interview that we just watched, did Ms. Simon say that Misty or Missy had smoked weed or done drugs, something of that point? It was a very fleeting thing. I may have misheard it. I'm just asking you if you recall something like that.
I do recall that. That was about midway through this October the 12th interview, where I allowed her to continue to tell the same story that she had told over and over and over about the Oragel. And when we confronted her on that the first time, she tried to, say, well, the reason that she probably doesn't remember that is because she smokes crack. So defamation of character to a young lady who wasn't even involved in this entire process.
Again, Your Honor, I ask the witness to please answer the question and not proselytize. It's non-responsive.
I'm going to say two things. One, he's answering the question. I'm going to ask you not to go any further than you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Agent Snider, with your investigation, I guess, of this case, you conducted interviews, you set up the landfill search, and you've been involved in it pretty much from the beginning, if I'm not, is that correct?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay. So, when you said you only got the excerpts from the hotel and video, right? Of Danny and Leilani in the hotel? You were only given short pieces of video to watch, correct?
I've seen short clips of the video. That's correct, yes, sir.
And were you given daily summaries of what happened, or summaries of what happened for that entire time frame? I know you didn't monitor it.
There was probably a point in time, where the case team got together and we discussed, that particular CCTV footage. That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And the only people that were in that hotel room, though, was Danny and Leilani, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
I don't believe Zane or Sky were there, and I don't believe anybody else was there, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And Agent Solomon was the one who was in charge of that one, though, right?
That's correct.
Now, you also, I think that's all the questions I got, Judge. I'll leave it right there.
Any redirect?
One moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So, shall this witness be released?
I'm thinking so, Judge, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You're excused. State may call its next witness.
I'll need a few moments too, Judge, if that's okay.
Okay. Is it enough for a break? A few moments?
I still haven't had my one.
Yes. Let's
I'll tell you
let
in a
everybody
second.
have a minute. Y'all just stay right there. Then we're gonna see where we are.
Your Honor, I think we do need a little bit of a break to arrange some things.
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. Please observe the court's instructions. You thinking about 15 minutes or so?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be.
Okay. We're going to recess for 15 minutes. And, yeah.
Jury exiting.
Thank you, Williams. So while we take this 15 minutes, I think Court TV needed to shift the camera. Do y'all want to
We
take?
wanted to do it at the end of the day so that we don't risk
Okay,
technical mistakes.
that's fine. That's even better. I thought you kind of needed it in the middle of the day, but the end of the day sounds very good. All right,
The
we're,
question I had is if I could step out and speak to the Westons real quick.
go ahead and do that.
That's one thing. The second thing is something I need to talk to Mr. Dean about. I don't think he's gonna do it, but I just wanna ask before we get there.
So why don't we release everybody? We're in recess. We'll give Mr. Hilliard a minute to come in. Was he in the hallway?
No, he's in the back with the defendant.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Give him a minute. You can bring Miss Simon out. All right, so we are back on the record. Counsel for both parties are at their tables. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is also with her counsel. All right, the jurors are out of the courtroom right now. I think there are probably a couple of matters that we need to take up. So who's going to go first? Mr. Dean, let's just start with you.
I'll go first.
Mr. Hilliard?
The first thing is, Judge, I was not able to speak with the Westons. I don't know if they're here or not. I don't know if we're going to get to them today. But I did attempt. I didn't see them in the hallway. And that's a question for the state to deal with. But I would like to speak with them before they testify. And that has not occurred yet. And that's the first issue. The second issue is we may have something else to deal with. We'll just have to wait and see if it happens or pops up. Mr. Dean brought 2 boxes of materials up here. While I suspect it's probably items that have already been introduced to evidence, what I also suspect is he has individual copies made for the jurors. I don't know if he's going to try and do that versus publishing them on the screen. We'll deal with that when we get to it. That's just my assumption. I don't know. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Mr. Dean? Go ahead.
We do have, Your Honor, an individual copy for each juror of State's Exhibit 77. I could bring one up for the court.
If you would.
And I can explain why we're doing it this way. These are photographs of Quinton's remains as recovered from the landfill on November 18th. I intend to introduce these into evidence through the testimony of Special Agent Solomon. There was a moment earlier in the trial where I put some kind of blurry pictures of the remains as they appeared to Dr. Christensen at the lab up on the screen. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do it, but I forgot that I intended not to. In any case, those pictures were kind of blurry and difficult to make out. These are higher quality and a little more graphic, and I just I don't want to put these on the screen. So, we choose the manner in which we publish individual exhibits to the jury, and the way that we've chosen to do this is make an individual binder for each juror so that we don't have to display Quinton's remains on a TV screen. So I don't know that sounds like maybe there's an objection to that practice, that procedure coming. I don't know if it's been
let me just
raised yet.
Let me just ask for court's information. So I see the photographs. Would these photographs show on the screen, or can you do that digitally? I know the first few that you showed with the earlier witness were a little on the blurry side. That's one question. I guess the other is when you publish, you want to, when you ask to admit these and when you publish, you want to give them a book.
That's right. Once the witness has identified and authenticated the exhibit and it's been introduced into evidence, I would then distribute a copy to each juror and then ask the witness a couple questions about them and then give them a few moments to peruse the rest of them themselves. I do not have those images in my digital trial exhibits folder, specifically because of the way I had intended to do this.
Okay. Mr. Hilliard?
Well, we do object to it. I understand the concern about putting it on the TV screen, but my concern is about handing them an individual binder as well. I mean, like Mr. Dean said, they're graphic pictures. They're also cumulative as other exhibits that have already come in. So my opinion is, after seeing this, and this is the first time I've ever made this objection, so I don't do it lightly. I just think it's meant to inflame the jury. I think it's meant to inflame the passions of the jury. And Mr. Dean is correct, 9 times out of 10, he gets to pick the manner and method by which something gets published to the jury. But this is one of those things where I think the whole point behind it is to inflame the jury, is to make the jury feel a certain way by showing them graphic pictures, which that's what Mr. Dean said, and I tend to agree with him. So I understand why he's doing it. I just object to it. I think that this is one of those things where, to be sensitive, it can be published, it can be admitted into evidence. I understand that. I don't really have a valid legal objection for that. But as far as the publishing goes, I think it's, and again, it's just my preference, it shouldn't be on the screen. It probably shouldn't go over the TV. And it's one of those things that they can introduce it and then pass it down and let each one individually see it. Like I said, it's just, I think it's done to inflame the jury, to prejudice the defendant, and that's the only real objection that I have to it. It's just, it's duplicative, it's cumulative, and it's meant to inflame the passion of the jury. So.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
It's not duplicative of anything. These are photographs that were taken in Savannah before transport. That's different from what was taken at the lab in Quantico. It's not intended to inflame the passions of the jury. It's intended to show them the evidence in the case. I'm familiar with the autopsy photo case law and the crime scene photo case law. And all that law is about, it's really about like blood for the most part. Blood and being able to see eyeballs and things like that of deceased people, and viscera. And in that sense, these are far less graphic than those types of photos that courts sometimes take issue with. To me, it is more a matter, I shouldn't say it's more a matter of just reverence for the subject matter, that I didn't want this on national television. That's why I've done it this way. Now, it seems like the objection has kind of been distilled down to the question of whether it's one binder passed around versus a binder for each. Well, I'm going to be asking the witness questions about just a couple of these photos. And the thing about juries is that there are 16 jurors, not just one. And so that's why we've made one for each of them. It's typical in a lot of courts for jurors throughout the trial to have a binder that contains every exhibit that's to be admitted in the trial, and then as they're admitted, they turn to the next tab, and that's how it's done in a lot of courts. There's no prohibition against this, and I guess I just don't totally understand the objection. Mr. Hilliard has now conceded that he thinks they're admissible, that he thinks they can be published, that he thinks it's appropriate not to put them on the screen. We've kind of gotten down to how many binders is the jury going to get. And given that I'm going to be asking the witness to describe a couple things in these pictures, they all need to have their own. Unless we want to bring them out of the box and have them huddled around one binder, and I just don't see the point of that.
Well, or you could consider publishing, as you published other evidence on the screen, and then we can instruct the cameras not to show the screen.
Well, I can't do that now because I didn't bring them over digitally. I mean, we made our exhibits the way we made them, and honestly didn't if we're talking about prejudicial effect, then my question is, what is the difference?
Mm-hmm.
Like to have it on a 60-inch monitor versus in a binder.
Mm-hmm. And one other question I have as well, is it your intention for the binders to go out to the jury room?
One of them. I mean, the
Okay.
clerk's exhibit, you know,
Of
that's
course,
submitted
they're all
will
gonna
go
go.
out. We're not gonna send them each back with their own one of these. It's strictly for the portion in which we're publishing this exhibit. And then we'll take them all up.
And then you collect them,
Mhm.
all right.
And just to distill it down for Mr. Dean, okay, I agree with him. I don't have a legal objection to it, but there is a difference. Handing 16 people their individual binders with these graphic pictures in them is not the same thing as everyone seeing it at the same time on the screen as the witness testifies, okay? So it's not quite the same thing. And that's the main basis for the objection is if we have it on the screen and the witness is testifying, saying this is what we found, this is where we found it, this is what it is, everyone's seeing and experiencing that at their own time and their own pace. Jurors with 16 different binders flipping through at different times and different paces are not having the same experience, number one. And number two, they are, and I agree with Mr. Dean to a certain extent, he's right, they're giving the autopsy photos and the viscera and the blood and all of that. These are not like that, but by the same token, I don't care who you are. And when you're looking at the remains of a 20-month-old child, that evokes a response from you.
Okay.
And so that's kind of why I think it's one of those, the TV doesn't need to see it, I agree with that, but I also don't think that 16 people need to have their own individual thing to thumb through. If the witness is going to testify and they're going to lay a foundation and they're going to do it, it should be on the screen, it should be one at a time, it should be a group experience. As an example, I will use videotape as testimony. We watch a videotape in here, if the 16 jurors go back and deliberate, or 12 jurors go back and deliberate, and there's a deliberate and have a question about a video, they all have to come out and they all have to sit and they all have to watch the exact same thing in the courtroom at the same time and have the exact same experience. It's not 12 different experiences, it's one experience and they can go back and deliberate. So to me, handing out the 16 different binders of this many pictures is going to have 16 different experiences while the witness is testifying. So I do think it's prejudicial. I do think that, you know, like I said, normally I've never made this objection before, but I do see that as being a problem in this case, and I hope that makes sense. I'm trying to make it make the most sense I can. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back to that one. I'm going to take that one under advisement for just a moment. The witness that you have for these exhibits, is that one of the witnesses that's coming next?
Yes, Your Honor, she's our next witness.
Okay. And as to, I'm going to go back to the Westons. So, Mr. Hilliard got notice last night about the addition of these witnesses, although I know that they have had information about them throughout the discovery process. Are the Westons scheduled to testify today as well?
Your Honor, we don't anticipate calling them this afternoon right now. And before we do call them, of course, we'll give Mr. Hilliard an opportunity to talk to them if they're willing.
And I anticipate, I can't speak for them, but I anticipate Ms. Solomon's probably going to be the bulk of the afternoon today anyway, which is fine. If they'll provide me the contact information for them, I can call them tonight. That way it doesn't really slow anything.
So I'm hearing the Weston issue is not an issue.
Not for
Not
today.
right now,
No.
Judge.
Okay, very well. Things are subject to change, but not for now. I'll take that. Okay, so the issue now is about the exhibits and how they'll be published. Give me a couple of minutes. Let's recess for about 10 minutes. We're back on the record, SPCR 22-03364 J6. I took a few minutes to, first of all, review the exhibit, State's Exhibit 77. And I've come to this determination. Obviously, the material here is of evidentiary value. However, what I would like the state to do is to go through the exhibit and make sure there are no duplicates, one, and number two, that there's no exhibit here or picture here that's not been shown to be those of Quinton. I recognize one of the photos that the earlier anthropologist identified as, well, she identified it as material that was sent to her from the landfill, but that it was not bone, so she didn't make a determination about that. And also she stated that the gross amount of material that was transported from here to Quantico contained some material that was either non-human and not Quinton. So what I would like for you to do is go through and make sure that any photos like that are removed. And I want you to go through and make sure that each photo has its own evidentiary value. And then last, what I want to do is have you present each of these, I keep calling them exhibits, this is Exhibit 77, each one of the individual photos within Exhibit 77, you'll present those to your witness and let them identify it and tell you the information that you believe to be relevant is. But the photos will go in individually. They won't be in a binder. I think the binder really does elevate this particular exhibit and makes it more special. And it's evidence the same as any other evidence today. So I'm going to ask you to go back through, make sure we pare it down, and prepare it to go forward without the notebook. I will tell you, if you like to, you can do it that way, or you can do it on the screen. I know you're not prepared today to do it digitally.
I can do it on the screen, but I do need to respond to a couple of the
Sure.
portions of the court's order there. So first I can say that there are no duplicate images in here. There are 66 images because they took 66 pictures.
Okay.
Those pictures were taken in Savannah. Now, I cannot, and nobody can, probably not even the forensic anthropologist, go through here and say which ones of the bones in these photographs were determined later at the lab to be human versus non-human and call them out here, because that's a determination that wasn't made until the bones were at the lab and each assigned their individual number. So if I were to hand that binder to Dr. Christensen, she could say, 28 TAC 1 I identified as not of human origin, but I didn't take these pictures. I can't tell you which one of these pictures, 28 Tech 1, ended up being. So the only way to do this, and what we're trying to do here, is introduce this as an exhibit that represents all of the material that was collected and packaged on November 18 as suspected human remains and sent to Quantico for analysis. Beyond that, I understand why the court has asked me to do that, but that is just simply not something that can be done with this exhibit, because there's a determination that wasn't done until later by the witness that we've already heard from.
The non-human versus
Right.
human.
Right. I mean, the whole point
And
of what they were
I
doing.
understand that.
So I can do it. I mean, I guess here's what I would propose. The exhibit marked is authenticated by the clerk, or authenticated by the witness and introduced into evidence. So now we have one binder of evidence. And then of that, I would publish 3 images. 3 images. And the way I can do it is I have them on my computer now. I could pull up 3 images digitally that are in that binder and have the witness talk about those 3 and what they appear to her to be. And what I'm doing here is just the ones that are most obviously human, because that's what she can testify to as a lay witness, I think, and then be done with it. So that's how I would propose to do it.
Okay, so you'll publish three of the photos.
It's like 3 or 4, I think. That I was
Okay,
gonna
that's
put
fine. That's fine. I'm not going to hold you there. But the images, the 66 images that are in the binder, you would want those admitted into evidence and be allowed to go out.
It should all come into evidence, because it is the evidence that was collected, and it is the evidence that was transported. And then, it's the witness from Quantico has now testified that, not all, but something like 75 or 80% of those bones were identified as human. To me, I don't think that should stop us from putting in the full suite of pictures of everything that was collected that day and set up for that analysis. I mean, it's the evidence in the case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
So just, I understand what Mr. Dean's proposing, because he wants to, and I agree, those are all the pictures that were taken.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to come in as a single exhibit. It's going to publish 3 photographs up there. And my second question is are we not going to broadcast those photographs? That's the only other really concern I had that wasn't addressed yet.
Okay, so your concern is that the images, when shown on the video, that they're not shown.
Right, at least not broadcast for that particular portion.
I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Dean?
I would support that, yeah.
Okay.
So I think that resolves the issue as to these exhibits, if I'm understanding everything correct.
I already got a thumbs up.
Okay. So that works for me.
They'll divert the camera. Avert the camera. So, okay. So is there anything else that we need to take up before bringing in the jury?
Not for me, Judge.
No, you're right.
All right, very well. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors in turn.
All right, thank you very much, Williams. Please have a seat. Welcome back. We're going to start up testimony once again. Was everyone able to comply with the instructions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There goes that song again. Okay. All right, Mr. Dean.
Savannah Solomon.
Perfect. Beautiful temperature. It's 80 degrees outside. I love it. Please, clerk, raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good afternoon.
All right, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Special Agent Savannah Solomon with the FBI.
And what office are you with?
I'm with the Savannah Resident Agency out of the Atlanta Division
How long have you been an FBI special agent?
for 6 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background before joining the FBI?
I attended Georgia Tech, where I majored in economics, international affairs, and French, and went straight to Tulane for my master's in business administration and finance and entrepreneurship. Following graduation, I joined the FBI as an analyst, where I worked in Charlotte and the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force Fusion Center in Washington, D.C., before becoming an agent for 8 years.
Okay, so after working in Charlotte as an analyst, you went to the academy, I guess?
I went to Washington, D.C. at our headquarters for 3 years, and then the academy.
Okay, and is Savannah, where you've been, Savannah, Georgia, I should say, where you've been the entire time as a full-fledged special agent?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you work closely with Brad Snider?
I do.
I want to ask you about your involvement in the case. Did you become involved on day one on October 5th?
I did.
And did you go to Chatham County Police Department headquarters and participate in an interview or some interviews?
I did.
What detective were you paired up with?
Detective Nobles.
And whom did you interview that day of the three that we've been talking about?
Daniel Youngkin.
Okay. Can you tell us about his level of cooperation in the day one interviews?
He was forthcoming in regards to items about Quinton. He minimized on drug use and was defensive of Leilani.
What do you mean by defensive about Leilani?
He believed anything that she had told him that day and was told us he believed it was true.
Okay, so he didn't want to believe that she had done anything, basically.
Correct.
Can you tell us about his demeanor and tone in the interviews and his willingness to answer questions?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion.
You're asking about the demeanor that she observed?
Mhm.
I'm gonna.
I interviewed him twice that day, once around 1:30 in the afternoon and once around 11 p.m. So it was a long day. He was willing to answer questions. I'd say by 11 was pretty tired of any line of questioning.
Okay. After well, let me ask you this. At some point that day, did you go to the residence at 535 Buckhalter Road?
I did.
And where did that fit into your involvement at Chatham County Police Department headquarters that you've been talking about?
After my first interview of Danny, the group kind of reconvened on what had happened in the different interviews. And because there was no need to continue talking at that point, Taylor, Burns, and I drove to the Buckhalter Road residence to assist with the search.
Now, were you present when Chatham County Police Department forensics were photographing the residence and various outbuildings and things?
I was.
Okay. And did you go in the garage yourself?
I did.
I'd like to display an image from State's Exhibit 10. It's image 109 in State's Exhibit 10. And let me see whether I can get the screen to cooperate here. All right. See that up on the screen?
I do.
What is that red thing? First of all, what room or building are we in at that house right now?
This is the garage outbuilding beyond, like separate from the house and the pool area.
What is that red thing towards the bottom center of the picture?
That's a Mickey Mouse race car driver toy.
Is it like a stuffy kind of thing?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe how that thing looked to you that day?
As you can see, it's just kind of thrown in a garage with a bunch of tools and covered in cobwebs, and looks like it's been there for a minute.
Okay. Was this significant to you at the time?
It was.
And why is that?
Because Leilani had reported Quinton missing with his favorite toy, a Mickey Mouse toy.
And is that something that anybody else mentioned to you, him having a favorite toy, Mickey Mouse toy?
No. No one knew about a Mickey Mouse toy when I asked them about it.
Well, let me show you a video clip. At some point, did you have an exchange with the defendant while she was between interviews?
I did.
And can you tell us what was going on at that point? Like, where were you and where was she?
During the resident search, after it had gotten into nighttime, I was called back to Chatham County Police because they needed more people to escort the three individuals that were still there. So at that point, I was just sitting in the hallway with eyes on the different doors, and she was sitting in an interview room.
At some point, did she open up to you about some of her behavioral issues or anger issues?
She did.
I'm going to play for you a clip from State's Exhibit 13. It's a file bearing the file name Interview Room 2126 to 2229.
Need anything before we sit down for the moment?
My brother's ordering food.
Yeah, we're gonna let you know they did order food a week or.
Okay.
Alright. Thank you so much for being patient with us. There's a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out, so, thank you so much, I appreciate you.
Did I do well?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
As much detail as I could. I was being like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here.
Pardon me, this is the wrong clip. I'm looking for Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. And it's like a trigger. And it's not. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you, everything, even my tone of voice.
Can you feel that happening? You don't?
Where it's like, when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment, that it's like a switch.
Yeah.
I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. You know, and then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy, I don't know what happened, I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever, it's it's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, and then something might trigger, it's slower.
Okay.
I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel it, the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today, with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, I just snap.
So that was day one of the investigation, right?
Correct.
On that day, Was there a point where you spent some time alone with the defendant in a setting that wasn't recorded?
Yes, at some point around that time period of that video clip.
Did it have something to do with a cigarette or something like that?
She needed a smoke break outside, so I walked out with her.
At some point during that interaction, or maybe it was another one that day, did she say something to you about getting a tattoo?
Yes, she showed me her Hawaiian symbol tattoo about the waves going up and down, and said that she wanted to get a tattoo in honor of Quinton along with it.
And this was on October 5?
It was.
She was talking about getting a tattoo with him.
In honor of him, yes.
Okay. At this point in time, was she still kind of representing the story that Quinton had been abducted?
Yes.
Was anybody yet talking about Quinton being dead?
We suspected it within the investigative team, but it had not been discussed outside of the investigative team.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions about your involvement over the following days. Did you follow up in reference to Danny's workplace?
I did.
Can you describe that follow-up, please? Without talking about what anybody said to you, but what did y'all go out there to do?
Detective Noble and I met with Danny and Leilani's supervisor and spoke with him. He put us in touch with the corporate security who had video footage from the plant or the warehouse.
And did they turn footage around to you?
They did.
Why was it important to you to go out and talk to Danny's boss and to get video footage of what he looked like when he was leaving work?
We are doing our best to corroborate every single statement that had been made to us in the previous 24 hours, to include how and when Danny learned that Quinton was missing.
How he reacted?
Correct.
I'd like to draw your attention to the defendant's October 8th interview with Bridget Brock at the FBI office in Savannah.
Okay.
Were you present for that?
Not in the interview room, but I was in the office observing.
How did you observe that interview?
Closed circuit television through the office.
Okay, so did you watch it as it was occurring?
I watched much of it as it was occurring. I was also watching Danny in a simultaneous interview.
Did you observe any unusual behavior by the defendant on that day with reference to Bridget Brock's belongings or equipment or anything?
I did. Agent Brock had stepped out of the room, but the cameras were still rolling, and the defendant walked up to Miss Brock's computer system and unplugged it. And when it made a noise, she plugged it back in and sat back down.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
I'm sorry, that was after looking at the cameras and down the hallway.
Was there something about Bridget Brock's notes as well that had been left on the desk?
Not that I observed.
Okay. That evening, October 8th, that was the hotel surveillance operation?
It was.
And how many nights did that go on for? Was it one? Two?
One night.
Okay, just the one night. Were you involved in proposing that idea to Daniel Youngkin?
Yes.
And that would have been like the day before on the 7th?
It was.
Okay. Tell us about his reaction to that proposal.
The day he came to us, he was pretty broken in a lot of ways. He was still trying to figure out what he believed had happened. He was worried about his child, and was beginning to have conflicts between believing Leilani less, but also his loyalties to her, and was working through that. So when we got to the point of talking through a lot of his concerns there, he was willing, and actually was the one who said, are you going to want to wire up the hotel room? And we said, only with your permission. We wouldn't do that without your permission. So.
Are you saying he guessed? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
We
At
had
that point, were y'all planning to ask him that?
We were planning to ask him that, so we were going down that road, but he was the first one to address wiring the room.
Okay, so he's the one who brought it up even though you were about to? Is that
Right.
what you're saying? Okay. Can you discuss briefly just the logistics of setting this up and then the monitoring plan that was put into place?
We had 2 adjacent hotel rooms at a nearby hotel, and our tech team worked their magic and used their special techniques to put audio and video monitoring equipment in the one room, and the live monitoring occurred right next door. So as we were in the next door room, we were observing via video feed and audio what was happening right next to us.
Can you, were you involved in monitoring it yourself?
I was there the entire time that they were awake.
Okay.
Yes,
And so you had the opportunity to see all their interactions?
I did.
Can you just sort of, I understand we're talking about like a whole night, but can you kind of summarize the nature of their interactions?
They were emotional, sometimes combative. They were never on the same page with what was going on with Quinton with the investigation. They took breaks to just go get a cigarette or go get a drink and kind of come back.
Was he asking her about the truthfulness or lack thereof of the Origel story?
Repeatedly.
And what was she saying in response to those inquiries?
She doubled down on the Origel and brought up her alibi with Miss D.
Is it fair to say that she was telling Danny the same lie that she was telling y'all?
Objection, Your Honor, leading questions.
I mean, the leading question is a question that calls for a particular answer. It's a yes or no question.
He is correct. You can go ahead with your question.
Is it fair to say that she was telling Danny the same lie that she was telling with the police?
Yes. She was telling Danny the same story. She was sorry.
Mr. Dean, you can proceed.
I'll just withdraw the questions.
Yes.
Is there anything that occurred during this full evening and night of hotel recordings that
Objection, Your Honor, it's a narrative question now. It's open-ended and broad.
I don't know how one could possibly object to a question that hasn't been finished, first of all, and I can assure you it does not call for a narrative response.
I've been here for over a week, Judge.
And,
I promise you that.
Be careful with the microphones for Miss Natalie.
It's an open-ended question, Judge. It doesn't ask for a specific answer unless the witness testifies to what they want to testify. That is exactly what a narrative question is, and that's improper.
I'm going to overrule and allow Mr. Dean to ask this question.
Was there anything that occurred during the hotel surveillance operation that suggested to you that Danny knew more than he was letting on or anything along those lines?
No.
I'd like to play a couple of clips from these recordings that have already been admitted into evidence and ask you a couple questions about them, okay?
Okay.
This is from State's Exhibit 32, the file beginning with 1941.
Question. Do you mind? Are you gonna get mad at me? I'm asking you a question. Before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you gonna get angry?
I can't tell you if I'm getting angry, but no more questions.
Why did you lie to me about the order?
I didn't. I did not lie to you about the order.
So you went and met Misty?
Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of Misty or whatever. Did y'all speak to my phone lady? Did you speak to her or did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know?
4:18 on the timestamp. What was that claim that the defendant just made about what the FBI had told her as to whom they had interviewed in reference to the Misty story? What did she say there?
She stated we had not spoken to the person she referenced as Misty, but we had spoken to that person's husband.
She said that y'all told her that.
Correct.
Okay. And that, this is on the night of the 8th, right?
Correct.
You said you were there for observing Bridget Brock's interview of the defendant earlier on this day, right?
Yes.
Had anybody from the FBI told her anything like that?
No.
I'm opening up the clip on the same exhibit with the file name that begins 2029. And I'm going to start the playback at 20:33:05 on the timestamp.
And you went and met Misty.
Went and met Misty, got orange, y'all.
And you said they told her?
I think so, yes.
What did she say?
And she confirmed it.
She confirmed
I'm
it?
pretty sure, yes. It's not like they sat there and told me what was said.
Oh, but they...
They said that they spoke to Misty and then they didn't question me no more about the orange, y'all.
Oh, okay.
What we just heard there, is that a accurate characterization of the defendant's interactions with Bridget Brock during that interview earlier that day?
No.
Sometime shortly after this, October 8th hotel room monitoring thing, is that when the phone wire operation started?
It started on October 9th, yes.
And was Danny cooperative with that as well?
Yes, he and his mother gave consent for us to monitor his cell phone.
Were you involved in the monitoring of that wiretap moving forward in time?
I was.
Were you like the point person for it?
I was. I reviewed it every day.
Okay. I want to move forward to the October 12th interview. We've heard testimony from Special Agent Snider about this, and I just want to ask you about a couple of things. Was there a point, what was the main point of bringing her in? Were you bringing her in to notify her of anything in particular that day on October 12th?
That was the day that we provided the death notifications and notifications of landfill search to the family members.
And at what point in that day or that interview did you notify the defendant of that?
We never actually said that Quinton was dead with her. It was understood. So maybe halfway through the time we made it clear, but we never said the word dead.
At some point during that interview, did you tell her something to the effect of, we're about to start searching that landfill and we're 98% sure we're going to find Quinton in it?
I was very confident we were going to find Quinton in the landfill when I spoke to her, yes.
Did you tell her that?
Yes.
How did she react to that?
She said he wasn't in the bag, but it was hard to characterize. It wasn't shock, which is the most surprising thing of it.
Did you inform her mother, the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, of the same thing at some point that day?
About an hour later.
Yeah, was that after the defendant's interview had concluded?
It was.
Where were you when you informed the defendant's mother of that?
Brad and our victim specialist and I went to the Buckhalter Road residence and informed her in her living room.
And how did she react when you told her that?
I told her in order. I told her I was going to tell her 3 things, and when she was done processing one, we would move to the next. So the first thing I told her was that Quinton had died. And she showed anguish. When she was ready to hear the next thing, I told her that we were going to find him in the landfill and that we would be announcing that search was commencing. And she pulled back from me and she said, "My baby is in the trash." And
Your Honor, hearsay, she knows that.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
May I respond, please, Your Honor?
Please.
The witness is describing Billy asking a question. It can't be a statement offered for the truth. It's a reaction.
She can offer a reaction, but the question, well, what she stated was what she said, what Billy Joe said.
When you,
And-
I understood, Your Honor.
Yes.
When you said that to Billy Joe Howell, that you believed him to be in the landfill and that you were gonna find him in the landfill, did she make any statements of fact to you in response to that?
No.
How did she react?
Shock, horror, disbelief, anguish that there were 4 other people that we then notified that were at the house, and it was a picture of 5 different versions of anguish.
And was there a contrast there in how those people reacted and how the defendant had reacted earlier that day when you told her?
Yes.
Now, what was your, I want to ask you some questions about October 24th.
Okay.
Okay, but first I'd just like to ask you about, what was your typical day like between October 12th and October 24th? What did that look like for you?
Landfill operations commenced a few days following the 12th. So as those were going, I would get to the landfill for the sunrise brief to try to represent the case team and give some sort of morale or update motivation. I would go back to the office and review Danny's calls and texts from the previous day and attend to any investigative or administrative work that needed to be done. We were continuously following leads from the public and additional investigative avenues to make sure that we didn't close any doors too soon. And then Taylor and I would drive to the landfill to meet the team as they were wrapping up ahead of their lunch break so we could check boots, give updates, check on the status of everything, and kind of go in with everybody, and then back to the office.
Now, moving to October 24th, on this day, did the defendant make any recorded statements to anybody other than law enforcement?
Yeah, she was on the local news.
And did you watch that news interview?
I did.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 71?
I do.
All right. Your Honor, this is a certified copy of the defendant's October 24th news interview with WTSC. It's supported by a testing certificate. I would move this in to State 71 at this time.
No objection.
Without objection.
Now, do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 72?
I do.
Now, do you know what that is? You need to pull it out of the envelope to see, or what?
It's labeled WTOC interview redacted.
Okay. How does that exhibit differ from the one we just introduced?
This one is titled, Exhibit 71 is titled WTOC interview.
Okay. But I mean, what is 72 in relation to 71?
72 is what was shown on the news.
Okay.
And the 71 is the unredacted footage from WTOC.
Okay. And so 72 is?
What was shown on the news from WTOC
Okay.
of the news article.
72, is that like just the portions from the WTSC broadcast stitched together to show only the defendant talking?
Yes.
And like not the anchors and reporters and so forth?
Yes.
All right. At this point, Your Honor, I can introduce State's Exhibit 72.
Any objection?
No objection.
There's without objection.
Now, what are we going to hear the defendant say in this video? To the extent you remember.
That she didn't know where Quinton was and hoped he would be found, but if she had had anything to take responsibility for, that she would.
And with that, I'll publish it, Your
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quinton?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, just started screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I am not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her. All we want is justice for Quinton Simon. That's it. We want justice for Quinton.
Whatever cost it is. We don't care the cost.
We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want him home.
So that was an interview that was filmed and aired on October 24th, right?
Yes.
Right. Had you been in contact with her via telephone during the investigation?
With both Leilani and Billy, yes.
Can you tell us how you came to be in phone contact with the defendant?
On one of the days the team was at the residence, I walked out to give a backpack to her brother because it had medication in it, and during that conversation, the defendant offered me her phone number.
So from that point forward, you're able to call and text with her, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. This same day, October 24th, that she does this interview where she says, "We don't know what happened, we just want answers and justice, and if he's alive, we want him home." Did she send you a text message saying something different from that?
She did.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 73?
I do.
Can you tell us, is that a portion of your text message traffic with the defendant?
It is.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict at least this portion of the messages that the two of you exchanged?
It does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 73. Let me look at it real quick.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 73 is admitted without objection.
All right. On the first page, you with me?
I am.
Okay. Do you see that last entry at the bottom there?
I do.
Is this an incoming text that you received from the defendant or an outgoing text that you sent?
It is an incoming text that I received.
And what is the date and time of this text?
October 24th, 2022 at 5:45 p.m.
So that would have been right about the time that this interview was airing on the evening news, I guess?
Probably, yes.
Okay. What did she message you at that time?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes.
I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that. He was the one who left, and my phone was in the car from my previous trip, and his was on the charger. I was already smoking a blunt on the porch, and when I got done, Danny was already laying in bed. All the lights were off, and I glanced at the kids as I was getting in the bed to go to sleep. That is why he took off. I'm innocent of this. He was the last one to see Quinton. He is that texted the babysitter, and he was that wasn't in bed when I woke for just a moment, and it was still dark, and he was the one who the only set of keys to my car the morning of my son's disappearance.
Now, did you later bring her in for an interview to memorialize that statement?
I did.
Formal interview. And when was that conducted?
October 31st.
Where was it conducted?
At the FBI office.
What was your approach in this interview?
We really just wanted to have, it was a new story, and so we wanted to make sure that we had correctly captured what she was presenting to us. So it was, we asked her to talk about what she had provided in the text and to just give the context and the complete story of that.
And did she essentially repeat to you what she had said in the text message?
More or less over the course of longer.
Okay. During this interview, we've seen some interviews to this point where she's sort of being challenged on things and has a certain reaction to that. During this interview, were you challenging her or pushing back, or were you more just letting her talk?
No, the goal was to just let her talk and get her whole story.
And what was her demeanor like in this interview?
She was affable. We were laughing, the three of us, Detective Lemons and I, and Leilani. She was open, calm.
Now, did you, On this same day that that interview was conducted, did you all collect DNA samples from the defendant and her mother?
We did.
Can you tell me about the process for doing that? Who did it and what was done?
Usually we let them do it themselves when they're consenting. Basically, you have a giant Q-tip and you scrape the inside of the cheek to get some cheek cells, and you place it in a plastic baggie and seal it up in front of everybody.
All right, and is it marked with the name of the person who it came from?
It is.
Did you log those into evidence at the Savannah FBI office?
I did.
One item for the defendant's DNA sample and one for the mother's?
That's correct.
All right, were you involved in having those sent to the FBI lab in Quantico at some point?
Yes, I directed them to be FedExed to the lab.
And did that happen?
It did.
Okay. When did that happen in relation to November 18, the day that the remains were discovered?
We sent the DNA up on or around November 1st, just so it would be ready for the lab.
Okay. Now, we've talked a little bit about the phone monitoring operation, and I think you said you were the one who was doing that on a day-to-day basis.
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 74?
I do.
Okay. Do you know what that disc is?
These are select recordings from Danny's wire.
Did they fairly and accurately capture a couple of the conversations that they had during this investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 72.
Objection.
Department 74.
74.
And I would ask to publish just a couple portions of this. There are two files on this disk. The first one is a call with the date 10/30/2022 in the subject line. When would that call have been made?
This would have been the night before that Halloween interview would have been made on October 30th.
Okay. And I'm going to open that file up and play starting at 9:50.
I've been getting up every day. Around 7 or 8 in the morning. It's what happens, I guess, with sober in the morning. I wake up early. I go to bed at a decent time. I get up in the morning and make breakfast for everybody. And I clean the house. And I'm a completely different person. I didn't notice them. I take care of the house. And clean. I do dishes.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've done that.
Yeah. No, I do. I actually cook dinner and I do the things you deserve for me to do. I'm sorry. I will never touch cooking again. I become angry and impulsive when I'm on it.
I stopped the playback at 11:05. What was it we heard her say there about the effect of cocaine on her?
That it makes her angry and impulsive.
The next file on this disk has the date 10/31/2022 in the file name. When would that call have been made?
The evening of October 31st, 2022.
Is that the same day of the interview in which she was putting it on Danny?
It is.
2702 on. We'll go with 2703.
So what did you do when you went out after I fell asleep?
All I did was go get some lunch. I only got my work done.
All right, what was that exchange there that we heard?
Danny asked Leilani again what she had done after he had gone to sleep the night that Quinton disappeared, and she said that she had done a line and went out to get the Orajel.
Now, did that conflict in any way with what she had just told you in the October 31st interview?
It did.
In what manner?
She said that she didn't go get Orajel and during the interview, and that Danny had been the one driving the car.
Now, at some point, well, you were at the residence on October 5th at some point, right?
I was.
And was the pack and play that Quinton was said to have been sleeping in, and the pillow and pillowcase in the pack and play, was that taken into evidence?
That day it was, yes.
What agency initially took it into evidence?
The Chatham County Police Department.
And was the pillow and pillowcase at some point turned over to you from the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
Who gave it to you?
Detective Lemons.
Okay, and what did you do with it?
I prepared it to be FedExed to the lab for analysis.
In Quantico?
The FBI lab, yes, in Quantico.
And did that happen? Was it FedEx to the lab?
It was.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask you about November 18. Okay?
Okay.
Were you involved in the coordination and supervision of the landfill search throughout?
Yes, I staffed all of the volunteers from Savannah and Brunswick, and as I mentioned earlier, I was present at least twice a day. If I didn't have administrative or investigative work on a given day, I was dressed out searching.
Now, we've heard some testimony to this point that suspected human remains were found there that day after some period of unsuccessful searching. Were you there at the outset of that discovery that day?
I was at the United States Attorney's Office facilitating an interview, and Brad called me and said that a skull had been found, and I immediately left the meeting at the U.S. Attorney's Office and quickly got to the landfill and was there for the rest of the day and the additional findings.
Can you describe what was going on when you got there? What was the scene like at the landfill?
Somber, but everyone was looking very, very carefully. We knew we were looking for small pieces of a small child, and fortunately the skull is more recognizable, and so we had believed that if we found one piece, all other pieces that we would find would be within 6 feet of the trash as it was compacted. So we knew that that was our day when we found him at the beginning of the day. And so we were, as you can imagine, there are a lot of bones in a landfill. And so we had to sort through chicken wings and T-bones and all of that to find what would appear to be human and separate those out. And that was throughout the day.
What do you remember about the period of time that passed from the first apparent item, from the first apparent item of human remains being found and you getting that call from Brad to when you all kind of stopped identifying suspected human remains that day? How long did that process of discovery take?
It took, I would estimate, around 5 to 6 hours. We finished the search from where the skull had been found, laid out more trash and searched that and broke for lunch. That search section had been pushed over during lunch, but then we realized that there were more likely bones within it that appeared to be human. And so I asked them to pull the deck back meaning the trash they pushed aside that we'd been through, they were able to pull it back with the bulldozer, and we researched that. And so after that, we did one more deck, maybe two, without finding anything, and that was the end of the day.
What do you mean by one more deck, maybe two? What is that?
So the landfill had laid out a large open space that was flat. And we knew the pretty specific area where we expected to find Quinton, but trash as far as Statesboro was coming to our landfill, and so you imagine it compacted very quickly. So we had to dig through the compacted trash, pull out a reasonable amount to search at a time in a safe place. We had safety officers out because there's a lot that can cut you, and we didn't have an issue with noxious fumes, but that was also a concern. So we'd pull that out. The safety officers would look through the deck and make sure that the search team was cleared to go forward. And then we had these rakes, and you would rake through every little piece and open trash bags that were still open and work your way until you had discarded all of the trash behind you, and the group kind of converged in a circle and turned in the bones that we had collected or the items of interest that we weren't quite sure, just needed someone else to look at. Most of us carried a bag on our taped to ourselves so we could just drop the bones in and keep going when there was something like a skull, or on this day a swath of skin or pieces that needed immediate attention. We would call someone forward. Since I was not a searcher that day, I would go onto the deck to get pieces to bring back to the evidence tent.
How far apart on the search deck were pieces of Quinton found from one another?
That's kind of hard to describe, because he was strewn, because he'd been strewn when he was compacted into his place of rest at the time, and then the bulldozer dug up chunks and laid out the deck, and then we spread them out. And so he was found across 2 or 3 decks, and the decks were, half a football field. So many searchers found different pieces of him, yes.
So if you do the math, 3 different decks, each of which is maybe a half of a football field, talking about like 1.5 football field area over which pieces of Quinton were found.
Once he was spread out, or once the decks were spread out, yes.
Do you see in front of you a binder marked as State's Exhibit? Do you see in front of you a binder?
I do.
Is it marked as a State's Exhibit?
It is. It's marked
What's
as
the number?
77.
Okay. Could you take a look through that and tell me if you recognize it? What's in there?
I do.
What are you looking at there?
I'm looking at evidence photos of human remains.
And are those the pieces of Quinton that you've been talking about being found that day?
They are.
Okay. Where were these photographed before they were transported to the lab at Quantico?
They were.
Okay. And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the suspected remains of Quinton Simon as you viewed them that day?
They do.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 77.
Subject to the publishing and, I guess, rules we talked about earlier, Judge, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Yeah, 77 is admitted.
Thank you. I'd like to publish just a few. First of all, there's like 60-some pictures in there, right? I'd like to publish just a few of them and ask you a couple questions about them, okay?
Okay.
to the first page in that binder.
Yes.
Is this it up on the screen here?
It is.
What does that appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
It is the top half of a skull.
Sorry.
That's it.
Can you flip to the second image in this binder?
Yes.
What does this appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
When we found this and brought it to the tents, we weren't sure when we saw it from here. What I know now and can see is it is a severed foot, cut from the ankle, looking from the inside of the ankle down.
Can you see the ankle bones in this image, just to orient us?
Yes, to orient, this is the ankle bone where it was cut, and then you see almost a left toenail, and you can start seeing the shape of the foot from there.
Turning to the next page in the binder.
Yes.
What is this?
That is the same foot flipped over, so you can clearly see the skin of the foot. This is his heel, and then you shake down to the tips of the toe bones through the 5. We had a huge poster of Quinton after bath time, dressed and barefooted, on the top of the landfill to remember what we were looking for. And so we had been looking at his foot and his forehead for 5 weeks, and that is what we found. That is his foot.
And finally, the fourth image in the binder.
Yes.
What do you believe this to be?
I believe that it is a swath of skin going from the length of a body, of a toddler's body. So the shoulders come through the back and then down one leg. This was a piece that Officer Zerke passed to Kim Johnson, who passed to me as we carried out with tongs, because at the time it was hard to recognize, but we knew it stood out from everything else we had seen in the landfill.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about getting Quinton up to the FBI lab in Quantico. Okay? We've heard testimony from Special Agent Taylor Burns that he was responsible for initially transporting Quinton's remains from the landfill that day to the FBI office in Savannah. Does that align with your recollection?
Yes, we all met him at the office afterwards.
And he's described the packaging of Quinton into 4 different bags and placing him inside of a box.
Yes.
Were you involved in a further transport of Quinton to the FBI lab?
I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Starting from the beginning of the day, or just the logistics?
What happened from who took them from the FBI lab in Savannah to anywhere else?
So we arranged for private transport for Quinton. No one felt comfortable FedExing him or putting him on any other way. So I wrapped the box and drove him to Macon, where I met another agent who is on our fly team. And I handed Quinton to Agent Keys, who took him to Atlanta and kept him secure until the next day, where he flew him on an FBI aircraft to meet the lab in Virginia.
Is that how Quinton got to the FBI lab at Quantico?
It is.
Do you see in front of you two pictures stapled together and marked as States Exhibit? I think it should be 93, is that right?
92?
92, okay. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are those images show?
That is how I wrapped Quinton's box to transport him. And so the first image was what I could offer to the family when I gave a second death notification. And the second image is how he rode with me in our truck.
Do these images fairly and accurately depict the events that you've been talking about?
Yes, I took the second picture myself.
I'd offer this in a States Exhibit 92,
Submit it without objection.
Publish the first image here. Can you describe to us what we're seeing here?
We had wrapped, Scott Schumann and Jeff Allen were at the office with me for me to retrieve Quinton and to borrow Scott's work truck to drive him. We, three of us, had just a quiet time wrapping him appropriately, and we thought this would be a nice image to be able to give. It's what I gave to Leilani and Billy Joe when I told them we had found him in the landfill. But he is in that box. He's in the bags in the box. And we wrapped it in a black cloth and then the flag.
Moving on to the second image.
That is Quinton in my back seat, how he rode with me on the way to Macon.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What was the date that Quinton made it to the lab in Quantico, if you remember?
On or around November 21st.
We talked a little bit earlier about the defendant telling you via text message on October 24, and then in an interview on October 31, that she actually hadn't driven to Azalea and had been dancing with her phone or something like that. Do you remember talking about that?
I do.
Did she eventually admit to you that that wasn't true?
Yes. About Danny?
Yeah.
Yes.
And was that on November 21st in her final interview?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you at that time that what she had said about Danny on October 24th and October 31 was just a theory that she was throwing out there?
That's correct.
One moment, please. When evidence is submitted to the FBI lab, is it submitted under a particular FBI case number?
It is.
Was that done in this case with all the items that you've discussed?
Yes.
What was that FBI case number?
7C-AT-3665337.
Say that last part again.
3665337. The Quinton Simon case.
Now just ask me how you, I expected you to have to refer to your notes. How is it that you remember that off the top of your head?
We saw it a lot.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Judge, can we approach for a second?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break, come back. We're going to recess for that period of time. Same instructions, don't discuss the case, don't look up anything about the case, no research. All right, 15 minutes.
Jury's exiting.
Okay, by my watch, that's thank you very much. That'll be about 5:50, 5:35. A little bit more than 15 minutes.
One of the jurors had her eyes closed. That was the main reason why I asked. So,
Okay, yeah, it's been a long day, and I was keeping an eye on the jurors as well. So let's take our 15, we'll come back and resume. Thank you. J6 in the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon. Ms. Simon is present with her counsel at counsel's table. The state is present as well. Jurors are not in the room yet. So tomorrow morning start time. We'll start at 9:30. Okay. I realized that I got scheduled with bond hearings, a couple of them at 9 o'clock. But we can start by 9:30. I should be here. Anything else that we need to take up before we start again?
There you are.
Thank you.
There you
Mr. Hilliard, are you ready to proceed?
are. I am.
And the state's ready?
Yes.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors.
Jurors in summer. Roll clear, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Williams. Okay. Please have your seats. And you've observed the rules, the course instructions? Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Special Agent Solomon, you said you went to Georgia Tech and you got your bachelor's in what again?
Economics, International Affairs, and French.
Okay, and so economics, international affairs, and French, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got your master's in what?
Business administration with concentrations in finance and entrepreneurship.
No psychology training or anything like that?
No, not in school.
All right, well, that begs the question then, if not in school, then where?
On the job.
On the job? Okay. And you say on the job, I'm going to assume you mean at the academy, right?
And throughout the job, on the job training or various trainings throughout. I've been with the Bureau for 14 years, so the behavioral analysis unit will give short trainings, lunch and learns, things like that,
Okay.
as well as consults on various cases that I worked on.
Yeah. But you're not in the behavioral analysis unit, are you?
I am not.
Okay. I didn't think so. That kind of threw me for a loop. So let me ask a question with kind of the first thing you talked about. You're talking about Exhibit 10, Image 109. I'm familiar with the conversation that you're talking about as a Mickey Mouse toy. You said that had been there for a minute, correct?
I said it appeared that it had been there a minute.
So, I mean, it did have dust and cobwebs and stuff like that on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also then immediately after that referenced a conversation you had with Ms. Simon. But I remember that conversation. I don't remember her saying that it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy, and I don't remember her saying it was his favorite toy either. So what was the relevance of the Mickey Mouse picture you showed us?
I had not spoken to Ms. Simon yet when I found the Mickey Mouse toy. I knew it from other investigators that she had stated that he had been missing with his favorite Mickey Mouse toy. So the first Mickey Mouse toy and the only Mickey Mouse toy that I saw, I noted.
Right, but that wasn't what she said. That was what you embellished, correct?
Objection, argumentative. And badgering as well.
Okay. He does have her on cross-examination. Mr. Hilliard.
I'll rephrase it and break it down if it'll make it better. So your testimony was that was his favorite toy, and it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy. But that wasn't what she stated. That was what you stated, correct?
I didn't state that that toy in the image was his favorite toy. I stated that she said he was missing with his favorite toy, which was a Mickey Mouse toy.
Well, then that begs the question then, because what was the relevance of that picture then? If that wasn't his favorite Mickey Mouse toy, and it wasn't a racing Mickey Mouse, and that toy had been there in the garage for a minute, what was the relevance of that picture? None. I'll move on. Thank you.
Objection. The witness should be permitted an answer.
Thank you. Sustained.
On October 5th, we had known this family and the circumstances for only a matter of hours. So every single detail that was presented to us, we pursued and we followed and we looked to give context to. So if we were told that a favorite toy was a Mickey Mouse toy, we looked for a Mickey Mouse toy to see if there was any truth to the statement. And I was able to provide that image to various people in Quinton's family to see if they recognized that toy or any other Mickey Mouse toy as one that Quinton preferred.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone say that was his favorite toy?
They said no Mickey Mouse toy was his favorite toy.
Correct. Okay. So, as a matter of fact, you stated that had been there, well, it had been there for quite a while, right?
Yes.
Okay. So not the first time we've heard about this Mickey Mouse toy. Okay. So my point is on October 5th, when this whole thing started, okay, you didn't know the relevance or importance of a Mickey Mouse toy, correct?
I did when I had that photo taken. Okay. The relevance was that he was reported missing with his favorite toy. There were hundreds of toys in that house, and that is the only Mickey Mouse toy that stood out.
I would say there were probably 1,000 toys in that house.
That's fair.
And I think that's a fair assessment. There are a lot
I
of
agree.
toys, okay? But my point is that was 2 years ago. Here we are 2 years later, okay? And you've had a chance to review all that. So my point is while on October 5th of 2022, that may have seemed relevant to you or important to you, and I can understand that. Here we are 2 years later, and you know that it's of no importance, and yet you still harp on that. Why is that?
Objection, argumentative, also just not a question for all the words.
Sustained.
I will move forward then. You also talked about the appropriate level of emotionality. Okay. What is the appropriate level of emotionality? Who trained you as to what the appropriate level is?
I didn't state appropriate. I cannot judge appropriate. I can only state what I observe.
But that's not true. You have judged appropriate, and you stated it several times on direct from Mr. Dean, did you not?
Did I say appropriate?
Well, the appropriate level of emotionality. You said that she, I'm trying to look at her, the exact words was overly emotional, I guess, or not showing enough emotion. That seems to be the two things we're getting with her. So with regard to Ms. Simon, she either shows too much emotion or she shows not the appropriate level of emotion. So what's the appropriate level of emotion?
When I use those comparisons, it's within the bell curve of my observations across other people in similar circumstances, other people at different baselines that I've observed, and she was generally at one extreme or the other of my experience in dealing with people.
Okay. And let's talk about your first time meeting Ms. Simon was October 5th, correct?
Yes.
You had never met her before that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't know her before that day, correct?
Correct.
And you drew your conclusions based on that day, correct?
No.
Really? So you didn't decide that she wasn't being truthful or she wasn't showing the appropriate emotion on October 5th of 2022?
I didn't speak to her about anything substantive on October 5th.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I'll move on. How about October 7th, or was it? Or 8th? Which was it?
I didn't speak to her on either of those days.
October 12th.
I did.
Okay. You made one by then, correct? And that was 1 week later.
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken to her between October 5th and October 12th?
Yes.
On the phone, in person?
Both, or definitely in person and text. Sometimes when I would talk to her mom on the phone, she would be there, but not directly on the phone.
So again, it comes back to having had a week's worth of it. What would be the appropriate level of emotion to satisfy you at that point in time on October 12th?
There's no answer to that.
Exactly. So you spoke to Mr. Youngkin, correct?
Yes,
And same question for him. You never met him on October 5th, had you?
correct,
And you didn't know anything about him on October 5th, did you?
correct.
Okay. But you came to the conclusion that he showed the appropriate emotional level, correct?
I didn't say appropriate.
Okay. Well, then what did you say then?
I said he was exhausted and forthcoming, but minimized certain items. I believe that was my testimony.
And I believe you did speak with him on October 5th, correct?
5th, yes.
And he was angry and tired and upset as the interview wore on, was he not?
He was frustrated at the 11 p.m.
Well, in your mind, is frustrated the same thing as angry?
No,
What's the difference?
frustrated can be exasperation towards a specific situation, but not directed towards a person.
Okay. So then what's your definition of angry then?
Negative emotion towards a person.
So angry means towards a person and frustrated means towards a situation.
They're not the same emotion.
Okay. So can you be angry without being frustrated?
Yes,
Can you be frustrated without being angry?
yes,
Can you be frustrated or angry without being violent?
yes,
So it is possible then.
yes.
Okay. Now, you also talked to Mr. Dean about a tattoo. Is it uncommon for parents to get tattoos of their children?
No,
Okay. So there's nothing unusual about that. Parents do it all the time, correct?
correct.
And this was a statement that was made, was it on October 12th?
On the 5th and the 12th.
The 5th and the 12th. And was it made on video, audio? Where was it made?
The 12th was made on video and audio.
So on the 12th, she talked about the tattoo on video?
Yes,
Okay. Not outside smoking.
that was on the 5th.
Okay. And do you ever recall Danny ever saying, I'm gonna assume since you were in charge of the hotel audio and video, you've watched most, if not all of that?
Yes,
Okay. Do you ever recall Danny saying, I'm just trying to save my own ass in one of their arguments?
I don't remember that verbatim, but yes,
He said something.
that
like
would he would have said something to that effect. Yes.
Right. Okay. And was it really his idea, or was it just part of the natural suggestion in the conversation you had with him? I mean, you were already going that way anyway in the conversation, weren't you?
The hotel had already been addressed as far as just giving them a place away from the hubbub of the house. But he did jump ahead of what we were talking about to ask if we were going to wire it up.
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's not like you weren't already suggesting in that direction to begin with, were you? He kind of already knew what was coming.
I don't know what he knew at the time he addressed that.
Okay. Well, who offered to? Did he ask to be put up in a hotel?
I believe our victim services offered that.
So you offered to Leilani to put him up in a hotel, or you offered to Danny to put him up in a hotel?
I don't know. I wasn't part of that conversation.
But it was offered.
It was offered.
And they accepted, or Danny accepted?
I don't know who accepted.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You had mentioned something to Mr. Dean on direct examination a minute ago. You had said that you pretty much had told Leilani on October 8th that you suspected that Quinton was dead. Is that a fair statement?
I had not. I didn't speak to Leilani on October 8th.
Well, I didn't say you did. I said you had intimated as early as October 8th that y'all suspected that Quinton was dead.
I said as early as October 5th we suspected he was dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote it down wrong. October 5th then. Okay? So, and that's, again, part of the interrogation techniques would be confronting people with your beliefs or your opinion or your ideas of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And inconsistencies, which you've done, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all pretty much stated that from October 5th forward that that's what you believed, and I'm seeing the videos ad nauseum, and that was what you and Agent Snider and Detective Lemons and basically anyone who did any interviews with Miss Simon suggested to her, correct? That they believed that she had done something to her child or to come clean about it, correct?
For the most part.
Right. So I'm a little curious because when Mr. Dean asked you a minute ago about her reaction sometime later when you said that you believed Quinton to be dead in the landfill, you made a big deal about her lack of emotion, but she'd been facing questioning from y'all for quite a while, correct?
Objection, argumentative, in particular the native view portion of the question.
Mr. Hilliard, would
I'll
you
break it
rephrase?
down and do it one question at a time. So you questioned her many times. You've made, correct, from October 5th on.
The team.
The team,
Yeah.
not just you, the whole team, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a bunch of questionings, a bunch of interviews, a bunch of statements made by you and the entire team that you all believe Quinton's dead somewhere, right?
I don't think we said dead until the 12th.
Okay. And she's the focus of it completely for
Yes.
this entire week, right?
She was the only one that had lied to us, and that is why.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But from October 5th to October 12th, that's what you're doing, right?
Yes.
And then a minute ago, when Mr. Dean asked you, you said that, oh, she didn't react surprised when we said it, that we believe Quinton was dead. Well, you've been questioning her for a week, right? Do you think the emotion may have worn off by then?
It hadn't worn off on the other 5 people I told that day.
Okay. And everyone's the same, though, right?
If you're asking for a basis of comparison for why her reaction stood out in my mind versus the others, that is why.
Okay. And let's talk about that then. How often did you question, or your team question, Paul Simon? How many times in that same period of time?
He had been interviewed at least 3 times and had interacted with us on numerous occasions.
All right. So at least 3 interviews. How about Danny?
He had been interviewed at least 4 times, to my knowledge, and was in regular communication.
Okay. And he also helped you set up the wiretap and the hotel in the same time frame.
After his 3rd interview, yes.
Right. And how many times did you talk into Miss Simon, your team, in that same time frame?
Numerous times on the 5th. I'm not sure how many times that was. Once on the 8th, in person, non-substantive on the 10th, and then the 12th.
So again, a number of times, especially on the 5th, correct?
Yes.
So you don't think that any emotional shock may have worn off after all of that?
I have never seen a parent not be shocked when their child was dead.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you this. You'd already made your mind up on October 5th. The team had at least, correct?
We had our suspicions. We had not made up our mind. We were pursuing all avenues.
Now, you talked about Mr. Dean played this, I guess it's the phone conversation where she says cocaine makes her angry and impulsive.
Yes.
Okay? But angry and impulsive does not mean violent, does it?
We didn't suggest that.
No. Now, with regard to your involvement of taking the remains to the lab, you took it from here to Macon, then to Atlanta, and then by plane to Virginia, correct?
Was the path, yes.
Right.
My leg was to Macon.
Right. And You spoke with, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth here, but when was it you spoke with Danny Youngkin yourself?
About what?
Anything?
I spoke with him on October 5th and October 7th and October 8th and 9th. After that, he was no longer in Savannah, and I didn't see him in person for the rest of the investigation, and he mostly spoke with Brad over the phone. So I don't know the individual times I spoke with him over the phone, with Brad.
All right. We'll just speak about what you know. When did Mr. Youngkin leave to go back to North Carolina?
On around October 9th.
So from October 5th to 9th, he was here, went back to Dunn, North Carolina, October 9th.
By way of Atlanta, I believe.
Okay. And you said you seized the pack and play and I guess the pillow or sheets or whatever it was that was in the pack and play?
I seized it from Chatham County, who had seized it from the house.
All right. And you forwarded it to
The
crime
FBI lab.
Okay. And did you also listen to the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. Did you listen to all of the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. At any point in time on the wiretap, did Ms. Simon say that she had intentionally harmed her child?
No.
Did she ever say she stabbed, shot, strangled, did any of those things to that child?
No.
Okay. And how long was the wiretap in place, if you remember?
Until sometime after November 21st, within a couple of days, we would have taken it down.
So about 6 weeks, give or take.
Correct.
And same thing, you watched or listened to all of the hotel audio and video. Same question. Did she ever say that she harmed her child?
There was question of the definition of the word harm.
Well, I'll break it down then for you.
I meant for her, was why, as far as spanking, that kind of thing, versus the other items that you just listed.
Well, let's talk about strangling. Did she say she strangled her kid?
No.
Shot her kid?
No.
Stabbed her kid?
No.
Okay. And you've watched them all, and I'm not going to go through them all, but they were a lot of heated exchanges between her and Danny in that hotel room, were there not?
There were.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Any redirect?
I'd like to play for you a short video clip here and see whether you can tell us what this is, okay? All right. First of all, looking at the first frame of this video, do you recognize the date, place, and event?
Yes, this is October 12th at the FBI office, interview of Ms. Simon.
All right. This is a 36-second video clip from that interview, Your Honor. I have not marked this disc yet, but I will mark it as the next exhibit in sequence, and I would now offer this clip into evidence as a state's exhibit. What is it going to be? 93? 93. 93.
Any objection?
I have to see it first, Judge, to know what it is.
Do you need an opportunity to see it?
36 seconds.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 93 is admitted without objection.
I'll play that now. Can the court hear that as it's playing from the laptop speakers?
It needs to be a little louder though.
We'll peg the laptop speakers here, so we want them to hear. I'm not trying to prolong this. There we go.
I've been thinking a lot about your tattoo though. I mean, because what happens when you go down?
Yeah, so this is what I'm going to do because all of this, whatever, I'm take over this and just take over there and a compass and some stars and trees and stuff. And I'm going to put this in here. Let's go there and remember all those numbers right here. And just wait for it because I think those things are wondering what's coming. And that's just what I'm,
Can you tell us more or less what she was saying there? It's a little difficult to make out.
She was describing the tattoo I brought up was the Hawaiian symbol I was talking about earlier, and then she was describing her intentions for a more elaborate tattoo for the future for Quinton.
And what was she saying she wanted to be in it? I heard something about compasses maybe.
And water because he likes to swim.
And you're saying that's something that she had talked to you about as early as October 5th?
Yes.
And I think you noted that earlier as something that you found a little unusual, right?
Yes.
Did it sound to you like she was describing like an in memoriam tattoo?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
To rephrase your question?
Are you familiar with in memoriam tattoos?
I am.
People will get with like a date of death and date of birth and so forth.
Yes.
Did it sound to you like that's the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes.
Still calls for speculation, Judge.
Given the question done out loud.
So I'll just ask the question again for clarity of the record. Did it sound to you like that is the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes, because the other two children weren't mentioned in that conversation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any requests? Okay. And is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You are excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I believe this is a good breaking point. Unless y'all want to spend another hour or two. Okay. Anyway, I think this is a good breaking point. We're going to get started tomorrow morning. We're going to get started at 9:30. We're going to get started at 9:30, a little bit earlier. So I'm going to instruct you once again not to talk about the case, not to do any research on the case. Don't allow anyone to talk with you about the case. All right? And with that, I wish you all a good night. Thank you.
Jurors exiting.
We're in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30. Have a good night, everyone.